Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Auslander. Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Almost 7 o'clock in Australia, then. Okay, Jack. Why don't you go and get some coffee, okay? But it's good to see you guys. Let's see what this day will bring and this stream will bring. Well, I think I do like this at the moment. Okay, Harvey. So the hike was satisfying, Harvey? Well, hey Mona, it's great to see you too, my friend. It's always good to see you guys. So if somebody are up for it, just hit the link and, well, you know the drill. And come up here. It's good to see you, every one of you guys. So much appreciated. I didn't expect that I would have some people were waiting, but it's awesome to see some people waiting for me and for the stream to begin. So I'm happy with that. Okay, steep terrain. Well, that's give you some exercise anyway. So, and I believe someone are up for it to join me up here. That would be nice. Hey, Charlie. Good to see you. How are you doing, Charlie? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. So that's good. That's good, Charlie. So, Charlie, how has your day been so far? And how has you guys' days been so far? Then I hope it has been a satisfying day for you guys. So I do that like this again. I put up. Well, Mona, it's sometimes good to do nothing. You need the rest, right? You don't need to have to do something every weekend. You can just relax. Well, you need it. Everybody needs some relaxing after hard weeks of work. So, hey, Kasaya, good to see you. That is awesome, Kasaya. Anybody who wants to join me up here? Yeah, Charlie, winter is sneaking up on me here in Sweden as well. So, yeah, everybody needs some downtime to relax. So, are there anyone who want to join me up here? That would be nice. It's always nice when people join me up here, no matter what. Okay, Charlie. We have our roads are a bit slippery here and icy, so. Hey, Suk. Welcome to my stream. Good to see you, buddy. Okay. Okay, Harvey. Well, I think you need to. Hey, Jack. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, good day,
Yeah,
good evening,
good
your
morning
end.
for you and
Yeah.
good evening for me.
And good day to the rest of the world.
Yeah, good day, good afternoon, whatever. All these different countries with different time zones. You get
I'm in
confused.
Sunday. No, I'm in Sunday. I'm always last to the show.
Yeah, yeah. You have Sunday now. That's correct.
That's
So
why I
how have
was
you been?
not bad.
Yeah.
That's why I was whinging, whining, whatever, crying like a little baby.
Yeah.
The other week saying I gotta get used to all these news, time schedules with everyone.
Yeah.
Got used to it in Europe while I was there. And now,
Yeah, it's a different time in Europe, and when you get back in Australia, it messes things up. So,
yeah, this would
and
be
you
a
need to
nice
get
casual.
yeah, and you need to get used to it, the normal schedule you had before you went to Europe.
Well, the funny thing is, it was a nice casual evening chat with you guys and girls here in the show.
Yeah,
But now it's a morning coffee show.
yeah. I hope you got some coffee, Jack.
Oh yeah.
Well, you sound like you need a lot of coffee, buddy.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I know it. We all
You
know
sounds like a little bit tired, so
it. Yesterday we had a friend of mine was shutting down his not shutting. He shut down his TV and radio station /
yeah,
studio. He's going blind, and so he said, well, he just got to the phase where he couldn't do it anymore, and some other factors with this COVID, and you know how it all is. And with any type of radio or TV where there's more people in anything where there's more people involved, you know how it works. Doesn't need the headaches.
yeah,
So I helped him take everything down, strip it all apart, and blah blah blah. And he took what was his, literally his, and now he's selling off some of the stuff, but he can't sell it obviously because he can still sort of see, but it's all blurry. But it's getting to the phase where we won't be able to see. So
yeah,
he asked me to put it up on a site called Gumtree, which is like a Craigslist type, Australian Craigslist version, I
yeah,
guess, and to sell some of the stuff for himself. So I'll help him out there. But a few items there that he actually gave me, to be honest, because one of them was interesting because it's an FM transmitter or proper radio.
okay.
When I say a proper radio, meaning you turn your car stereo on, and one
That
of those
is really expensive equipment.
Well, it's not only expensive; it's I won't say it's hard to get to. It's hard to get to professional equipment.
Yeah, it's
in
really,
Australia, Monashi, Brisbane. Hey, morning to you, Monashi. Good day, good evening. But now that I'm back on home turf, I feel a little more comfortable saying some things without crossing the border again, without crossing that fine line of acceptable and not acceptable, but still being a little more on the razor's edge. I am very shocked, but very disappointed, more so than shocked, at just how many people are just walking around as if nothing's happening. Nobody's, I mean, this is Australia. This is the word larrikin, Larrikin. For those who've never heard the word larrikin, it's something that's been attributed to Australians. It's Australians. The Australian culture was one, even in the military, throughout the ages, even in the military, we were larrikins, the vast majority of us. Even when I was serving, it was like first in the boozer, last to leave, but get the job done. And it's just I guess it's part of our culture. I won't say nature, but maybe even nature, because of it being the way it is, a country which is made up of all sorts of people and from all over the world, and just the way I'll dare say evolved, or were molded into, no, not evolved, but molded into what we are today, what we were throughout the last century. Well, that spirit seems to have gone, because people are seeing all these segregational signs, these humans allowed, these humans not allowed, only these humans allowed into stores, only these humans allowed here, these humans are accepted, these humans are not accepted. I mean, I don't care what the topic is, segregation is segregation. And Aussies are walking past it and complying as if that's acceptable by any moral or immoral standards.
Yeah.
So that has really, really disappointed me, to the point where it's like, whoa, is Australian anymore? Or have we become part of this international conglomerate of peoples from the West who are just politically correct and always comply and do what we're told to do, and only complain online when we have the safety of hiding behind our screens and keyboards within the comfy little cushy armchair or whatever we're sitting in? It's like, once I can't believe it, I mean, I see it, so I have to believe it, but I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
And I presume that there are many people out there in the world who are experiencing similar or the same thing in their own countries.
Yeah.
And are disappointed for similar or same reasons, but the same morals, definitely. But as far as the cultural differences go, I've picked on my own culture, my own country, my own nation. But I'm sure that every one of us, no matter where we are in the world, can pick on our own nation and our own culture when it comes to these things that are going on. So when you ask me how's it going in Australia, what's the situation like, that's the summary of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to suggest dystopian type of topics or any negativity in that sense, because I believe that responsibility is on an individual level, and each human being can choose right from wrong.
Mona says here, AI is here. COVID backwards is evil. Diavok to David in Hebrew, and 19 backwards is 91. Translate into letters, A being 1 and 9 being I, so evil AI. Check it out, Second said. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but...
Well, what I can say on that topic is, even those who do or don't believe in a creator or a higher power or anything that they wish to call it, I'm not going to pick on anybody that's religious or not religious, and I'm not going to subdivide religion, people of the faith, because many times it's been mentioned, and I've noticed that it is true when I reflected on it. Many of us in the prepping community, preppers in general, many of us are Christians, and that majority, that mob rule, that majority factor, I won't say mob rule, but it comes across like all we talk about is the New Testament and so on and so on. So I'm glad that Hebrew was mentioned, because being the oldest surviving language in the world, and
Yeah.
the only language that is actually 3-in-1, meaning it has pictograms, pictures, whatever you wish to call them. It has pictograms. It has numbers. Each letter is a number. Each letter is a pictogram, and of course,
Yeah.
each letter is I'll say, alphabetical type of letter for reading, the phonetic letter, whatever you want to call it. So it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and too many things are lining up, both with scripture, namely the Book of David. Yeah.
Yeah.
That if we're going to look at the Old Covenant, it's the Book of David. If we're going to look at the New Covenant, we can clearly state that the most descriptive book about the future, end times, not end of the world, end times of evil reigning on the earth. Again, this is spiritual. Is the Book of Revelation. So whichever one of those two you choose, you'll see that way too much is lining. Oh, and the Book of Isaiah. You could also go into the Book of Isaiah, which is not often referred to, but there are some, dare I say, prophecies in there, which I say are not prophecies, they're warnings. They're saying, if you do this, this will happen. If you don't do this, that will happen. Your choice. So it was our choice, each and every one of ours. And as a collective, it's our choice as well, if you want to look at it on a humane level, on a human level. So yeah, Manashi, I hear you loud and clear. Oh, Canada? Oh man, sorry, Manashi, I didn't realize you were from Canada. My bad. I just presumed you were American. My bad. Don't hold it against me. You're a Canuck. I won't hold it against you. But you can't fix me.
No, she's Canadian, so.
Yeah, but they've been through a lot of that rubbish as well, with the churches
Yeah,
being shut
and
down.
that is really sad that Australia, Canada, US, uh, well,
Hey, Europe and Canada, the Northern Hemisphere in general, is now going to
yeah,
get the worst of it all. The
yeah,
COVID, yeah, it's crazy, but the COVID numbers, right? The stats, to call them that, are still being tracked, even though the experts have said that makes no difference, and that what should be tracked is the number of people who are hospitalized, and that's coming from the highest of highest as far as professionals in the fields, not government bodies, but professionals, those that come out with those peer reports and medical journals and stuff. So it's the medical field / the science, as people like to refer to it, that has said the following, and that is not a CDC or a TGA or government / politics / money influence type of body. It is a organization with professionals in there who do their thing, and I won't dare say they don't care, but they really don't have much time for the politics. Most of them, from what I've noticed.
yeah,
So yeah, the numbers are still being tracked, which means the fear mongering is still going to be going on all over the world.
yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Which reminds me, I made a video a couple of days ago about Swedish Swedish farmers, their costs are going up, and they have to pay a lot more for than they usually do. Uh, one there on a yearly basis, we have 15,000 farmers here in Sweden, uh, and uh, on a yearly basis, their costs has increased up to 4.1 billion crowns.
Ouch.
Yeah, and one farmer here in Sweden said his fuel costs and fertilizer costs went fuel cost went up to 100,000 crowns a year.
Ouch.
Yeah,
big time ouch.
Yeah, big time ouch. And they say they can expect the prices are going up here in 2 months on fuel, food, especially food, because the farmers cannot
Right.
produce
But what drives
enough.
me nuts, guys, is that fertilizer thing. It takes nitrogen out of the air, also carbon dioxide. So why are they against it? And why are they starving the farmers out of uh, artificial fertilizers? Because it doesn't damage the environment. Because I say it causes CO2. No, it takes nitrogen and CO2 out of the air to make fertilizer. Or you could have a cow poo 100 times, but you know
Well,
how that goes.
no, the actual the fertilizer is a bit of data that anybody can. Well, here's a bit of alleged information, but it's out in the public domain, and you can follow the money. You'll find that the majority of the Eastern Bloc farming, former Eastern Bloc farming land, has been purchased up by, no, has been procured, acquired, whatever the right word may be, via banking systems, right?
Oh yeah.
And those banks are owned by people connected with Moscow. Not saying the politics, but I'm talking about the money, the banks. So
Right.
you've got Russian banks buying up other banks which are in the former Eastern Bloc, or branches of Western banks which are in the former Eastern Blocs, Eastern Bloc countries, who own all this land, right? Farming land, rural land. Literally, that was the biggest noticeable figure there in all of these, whether it be Romania, Bulgaria, former Yugoslavia, you name it, it's happening, right? And likewise, all of the factories, the industry complexes that
Right.
used to produce, or that do produce still, which are only a few, I think 2 or 3 left in the former Eastern Bloc, that produce fertilizer from gas. So
Hmm.
they take the gas, natural gas, methane, ammonia, whatever the hell they all use. I don't know. I'm not going to go into the technicality, but I did know one of the engineers at one of these plants in the former Yugoslavia / Croatia, who was heavily involved with the main industry, probably the biggest producer, one of the last biggest producers of this. And he was confirming these, well, he was relaying some of the information to me when I checked up on it. He confirmed some of it because he said, I'm not allowed to talk about it, even though he's an ex-employee. This is an older generation engineer who's been in the game from the communist days through to the more after post-communist days, so to say, modern day. And these are now countries which are in the European Union. So you've got banks, you've got organizations, so to say, business organizations from the former USSR, from Russia, buying up, owning the land where the food is produced. They own the natural resource, the gas, or they have access to the natural resource gas, which we don't have to tell anybody about because everybody knows it by now.
Right.
And they're shutting down the industries which produce the fertilizer elsewhere, which means there's a monopoly being created on fertilizer and on food production for more than, I'll say, roughly 50% of the world's population, or the world, as far as land mass, it's 50% roughly. We're talking about Northern Hemisphere.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to understand China and United States, and I forgot who's the other player. They're all doing this. In America, it's all the big pharma or big tech. It's like, Bill Gates, the crazy guy with the glasses. He's been buying pharma, and so does Oprah. And those guys are in a syndicate because why is Big Pharma buying a nitrogen fertilizer plant in Alabama? I still don't get that. It's a drug company. Okay, why don't you make medication? No, because China makes medication. We're buying fertilizer plants. I'm like, excuse me, did I lose something in a way, or did my stroke effects really cause me to hallucinate a bit?
Or maybe it's a combination of both.
Could be, but when I read the financial papers, it's like, Bill Gates buys up another half state of farmland, and then I read another financial paper. Big Pharma buys a fertilizer plant. Why?
Big money. Let's not say big pharma. Let's say big money
Big money.
institutions,
Right.
conglomerates buying up that, regardless of the banks or pharmaceutical industry, whatever. It's the big money, as we tend to refer to it in the layman's world, buying up a whole heap of the productive land out there. Don't forget, former Eastern Europe was not as populated or as condensed with population as what Western Europe was. So there's a heck of a lot of farming land out there.
Right. Because, hi, Citizen Guardian. I'm trying to think. CCP was approaching Central Asia from Afghanistan, going out there, sending out feelers. That's the last I heard. And the Russians didn't like that. They didn't like it a lot. Because why is the CCP, they're getting closer and closer. And I think Russia's doing all this to put, whatchamacallit, safeguard their territory and resources. So they have a monopoly on it. And so the CCP or the Americans or Canadians won't get it. Any big block.
Hey, Uncle L, can I
Yeah.
please ask? I'm going to make a little statement here, based on observation and conversation and so on. And it's continuing on from what Monashi said earlier, in reference to Hebrew, the good book, and so on. 2030, Agenda 2030, right?
Right.
Agenda 2030, which is supposed to have been the original agenda, but then they moved it back to 2030. If we look at the prophetic measuring stick, right, as I like to refer to it, which I heard in one of the videos about the calendar, the prophetic calendar, and they refer to it as a measuring stick rather than just a timeline. But is God's measuring stick with 7 years, 7,000 years, and so on and so on, and they applied it to the timeline. Isn't it just sort of like another one of those 6,000,000,001 coincidences that tends to comply with the prophecies out there, how the measuring stick just happens to end on 2030 in reference to some things, no later than 2030, and based on the calendar, based on this prophetic timeline. And here we are with Agenda 2030, and here we are with the food being monopolized, being made a monopoly on the food and food production in whole, from the actual fertilizer all the way up to the actual distribution.
Right. I have to correct Donna. Reason why Japan owns 30% of Los Angeles and Honolulu, because the Chinese nigged on their whatchamacallit. Remember the Chinese boom in the early part of the century? They reneged all their land deals. And if Japan didn't buy up that land, thank God they're our allies, all those places would be like what you see in China right now and other countries in the Far East being blown up to the ground, because a lot of these, what Donna says right here, a lot of the Chinese, like I think Evergrande, BlackRock, I forgot the third. There's a third real estate company, and if Japan didn't pick it up, can you imagine the panic in Honolulu and Hawaii if these are big commercial properties, went under? Think about that, folks. These are big commercial tracts. They're not like, it'd be horrible. All of a sudden, we're sorry, it's going up for sale. And
the prices would go through the roof if they crash.
It gets bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Manchi prepping. Answer: who controls the whole thing? I never heard of them. There's too many players, and I don't want to get another migraine, because Aussie Lander, Jordan knows, I know it. There's so many players out there, it's not even funny anymore. And I'm getting nervous because people call I got it right, but people call me fraud. And I'm trying to do my November is my busiest season. I'm doing my charity work, and right now I got it down for the Christmas holiday food boxes. I make sure every elderly and disabled the person in my area gets a nice holiday food box. And I've been running all the time, and I got people calling me, you're a fake fraud. Why don't you show us this? One, I don't want to show people where they live. Two, it's none of their business. Three, why are you so interested? Because you wouldn't believe this, Ozylander. In my area, they've been hitting handicapped people in power chairs and wheelchairs and not stealing their a pocketbook or wallet or cell phone. They stole their groceries. You know,
I believe.
there's like if you go look on YouTube, they show one guy dragging an old woman out of the elevator, and his partner runs in, takes the little shopping cart on wheels, and drags it out.
I
And
believe
that's
it
a scare.
100%.
It's a scary part. I've been walking people like today. That's why I'm out of breath and in a t-shirt because I'm sweating. I'm walking people to their homes or cars to make sure nobody does that. Isn't that sick? And then I have people calling me a fraud because I'm trying to raise $269.20 for holiday food boxes, which really ticks me off because I ask
So,
anybody, if you're a Christian, if you're a church elder, are you involved with your community? Because I hear from a lot of these fake preppers, oh, I don't get involved. It's none of my business. I don't really care. And those are the guys who wave guns all the time. Am I right?
Yeah.
um, many of those that don't want to get involved are very loud. Yes. Yes. I'll agree with that.
It,
Yes.
it just makes me sick because I give rides. I'm not supposed to really drive. I have to be really careful. I finally get my license back because they told me your birth certificate's too old. I said, "What's wrong with it? I was born with it. They gave me from the hospital. It's too old and we can't verify it." So I had to drive to, I wasn't born here. I was born 400 miles away in another city because I came out too early. Surprise. And then I had to get a birth certificate and it has to be verified. I'm like, how much is this? It took me $75 to get over there, $200 to get the damn certificate, and I had to thumbprint it, make sure I'm not an illegal alien or dead. They got me confused with my father. I said, that's not how you spell my name. I spell my name Alan. My father, who's buried out in in the city cemetery, is Allen. And I said, I'm like, oh God, I hate bureaucracy. So I had to drive back, pay another $31 to rechange my thumbprint, everything, get a new one, and drive back here.
Oh,
Isn't that nuts?
yeah, that's totally nuts, Uncle Al.
Yeah, because
Totally.
my brothers and sister who were born here had no trouble. Go in, pay $15, they left. No, I had to go 400 miles to a different city, do everything through the county records office, wait there, get the paperwork, drive back, find out this is the wrong one. DMV, I'm sorry, sir, but this does not match your records. Drive all the way back, drive back to DMV. Uh, okay, now we could take it's a government approved driver's license. You can drive with some restriction because I had 4 eye surgeries because I have to wear glasses. Normally, I don't need them, but I have to, like, was that a small child or a police car did I hit? You don't want that to happen.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Ouch.
it is. It's like it's like that's why I have to say everybody hi CR. That's creative redundancy. Normally and pot show. Normally I would say hello and type it in, but I'm kind of tired and I gotta take 6 more tablets because I'm busy. Usually in like November, December, since October, I've been running nonstop, and then I'm getting therapy. Oh, there you are.
Hey, CR.
I'm getting therapy because they're worried if I don't get it. It's like, I don't want that to happen because I had a few of my friends. They said, "Oh, we're fine. We'll just smoke and drink beer and we'll be fine." And then 2 weeks later, what do you mean they're dead on the toilet? I don't want that route. So I've been on a diet, been to okay, that many doctors in the last month.
Oh boy.
Oh, you want to hear something funny? In December, I have to give out urine and blood
Yeah.
because last time they lost 4 cups, those little cups of urine, because these idiot doctors, these don't share the information. So I'm going
Ugh.
in there for one doctor in December. I'm going to another doctor who shares his information with the other 4 doctors. I have to give the same amount of blood and urine again within a month's time. Isn't that nuts, folks?
Yeah. Hey, Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
our Uncle L.
Yeah.
Oh, hang
Sorry
on.
about that.
Well, timer.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's my timer. I
Uncle
have to
L.
take.
Take your medicines or else.
Yeah. Yeah. Go
Um,
ahead, Aussie Lander.
every year, for many years, for example, my wife and I, more so myself, but then later on, both of us together, have been following prepping channels and homesteading channels as well, because we used to have a homestead up in Europe, somewhat of a homestead. It was a homestead and a little I say workshop, but it was mini, whatever, workshop there, place of business. Yeah. And, but the homestead was our personal thing and the business was what brought the fiat money in. But now that we're back in Australia and we're moving forwards, it's a whole different ballgame. We have to start from scratch. But we knew this was going to happen back 5-6 years ago. So we started watching the homesteading, the farming, all these channels just to learn things and just to, slowly, bit by bit, get up there. And so what you mentioned earlier about the loud individuals I noticed what you're talking about, because every Christmas, well, not every, but almost every Christmas, sometimes Easter as well, we'd get something together and donate it. And I'm not saying that to make it sound like we're better than anyone else. Heck no. We had the ability to do that. We did that. And even when we were in the last 5 years, while we were living this awkward situation life of me trying to sell off our properties in Europe and things going downhill all the way to 18 months of earthquakes, right, in the place where one of the houses was. Yeah, so it was like, just when you thought it can't get any harder or worse, it gets harder and worse. And it has nothing to do with economics. Yeah.
Right.
Murphy.
It's like
I'm going to wring Murphy's nuts off just so everybody knows. I want to make his
right.
eyeballs pop out.
I with Aussie Lander because it's like, okay, I could settle down. This is peaceful. It's near a nice river. There's nothing wrong with it. And then I get hit with the Hawaiian Express, the Pineapple Express. And then like, where's my house?
Mm-hmm.
It was right there. Oh, it ran over the banks. First time in 100 years. It went in 300 yards into the subdivision, and your house floated away down the Russian River in California. I'm looking at them like, guys, I have at least 5 years of mortgage payments on that. And you're telling me, and now I own a concrete slab with no house and half my stuff still in it going down the Russian River.
Yeah. But my point was, during that 4 or 5 years, I was very somewhat, no, not very. Well, actually, in my perspective, a lot of my time was dedicated to trying to fiddle around with the technology of blockchain technology and working with coders and people who are crypto enthusiasts and so on, because there is a possibility there to offer an alternative to the, I'll say, the fiat world of currency. There is an actual possibility to make something that is owned and run by the people, somewhat, right? And for it to be independent and decentralized. Now, that doesn't mean that bless you.
Keep going.
Keep going while I die
No,
here.
keep going.
Sorry. But like I was saying, and even in those communities, right? I won't say all of them, but the ones that I was hooked up with and following and contributing to and we're trying to work with, the same issue on the topic of donating goodwill gestures, the same issues arose. The people with the money, people who are in it to make themselves rich, were very loud about not giving out their own money to others who need it, because in their eyes, or their excuse is, that's not helping them. Teach them how to fish and stuff like that. It's like, hang on a second, buddy. Life is not always nice towards everybody, and everybody will experience that sooner than later in their own different way. But they don't have that in them. They don't want to have that in them, should I say. They have it in them, but they don't want to let that good out of them. Where, oh, you got $1 million? Fine. Why don't you just take $1,000 or $100 or $10? It just helps someone out who needs a hamburger. You're not going to go broke, because you can't save the world, but you can put a smile on someone's face. You could put something into the tummy of somebody that's hungry.
Right.
And I don't mean that in the way of a sainthood type of thing. It's just a humane thing to do. So the same issues that both of us have noticed in one community here online, which I was following, but you were a part of, and all of us followed, I saw the exact same issues in a whole separate community, which is trying to decentralize the world, make it more independent in another aspect, in a totally separate field, in the field of monetary transactions, right? And it's the same thing. So it comes down to humans. It doesn't come down to preppers. It doesn't come down to it seems to be something that our morality has gone off track a little bit when it comes to helping your fellow human being, your fellow man, your fellow woman, your fellow child. And note, we did always try to aim for the children more so than the adults. And yes, I guess it's a soft spot. Call me. I often say, you know what, us adults, we're guilty for our own situation, but those children aren't.
Right. Also,
sorry
to cut you off.
No, I was going to go on a rant. You're right. Good. Thanks for stopping me.
Also for elderly and disabled, because if you're a vet and you got disabled, like lose your legs or your arm, it's a little hard to do things around the house. And then people tend to shun you and leave you alone. And then if it wasn't for me and me preaching the word, going to make sure everybody was all right, if they needed anything, if they needed a ride, a lot of people would tell me it's not their business. They should do, like you said, Aussie Lander, they should do it for themselves. And remember, Uncle Alan isn't well. That's why I'm getting off of YouTube, because I'm suffering medical issues, and I have to go right now, because if I don't, it doesn't look good on the live stream. If Uncle Alan went, eh. So I'll catch you later, folks. It's nice chatting with everybody.
Uncle Al.
Yeah, have a blessed day. God bless.
I hit the wrong button. Wait.
He always managed to push the wrong button.
You touched on a very good topic there, which we tend to think is only in our circles, because we see it in our circles. But let's say I'll openly state I was in two circles. One I was just following, learning from, right, being the homesteaders / preppers, not so much the survivalists because of my arrogant military background where you think that you still got it in you, even though I got a beer belly. Well, it's not a beer belly, but a pot belly. Same thing. It looks the same, just different reasons for it. But, you know, it's all like, oh, yeah, I know what I'm doing, you know. Survivalism, I don't need to watch survivalism. I don't need to learn from the survivalists out there, even though I've let myself go and become a chubby old man, right, to make myself sound prettier than what I am. But you get my point?
Yeah, I got your point.
Yeah, at the same time, guess what? It's happening in other circles because I was there. I was active there. Contributor.
Yeah.
A participator, should I say, and a contributor. So it's like, and I saw the exact same thing happening. So it clearly isn't just within our little circle of people that we hang out with and follow. It's in all circles, everywhere. Maybe not in the actual churches. Maybe it's more common for people to give within those circles of communities which are active within their church or their religious community, should I say. But at the same time, I can guarantee there's many people there, and again, I'll say that from first-hand knowledge, who just sort of like, well, you know, and it's always the loud ones, the ones that have got the best suits on in church or the best shoes or looking the prettiest, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Heaven forbid they don't buy the most expensive dress or the most expensive bloody suit when they're going to church or for church. You know, heaven forbid that they go to church in just, you know, regular clothes.
Yeah.
And give a little bit of that money to people who really need it. It's like, I don't know.
Okay, Mona, she says, in case people missed it, they were putting heart attack medicine in the kids' Pfizer shots. Don't have enough room here to explain, but you can see a video on it on my channel, Another Smoking Gun.
Well, that would be an interesting video and interesting links to check up on.
Yeah. If someone could put drop Monashi's link to that video, please. So,
well, in the last week, Dr. Paul Campbell, who runs a show on has his own YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I highly respect. I wish he was my GP. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though I don't necessarily want to hear some of the stuff, he's sticking to the stats, the data, the information. He's being professional about it, and leaving opinion out of it. He got fact checked. So he fact checked the fact checkers.
Yeah.
And then he went out on a bit of a limb today, and in his last video, I think it was today, your time, yesterday my time. He fact checked the BBC on a article using the same criteria as what the fact checkers used for him, right?
Yeah, I follow his channel as well.
Yeah. So
he's a good guy. He has a lot of knowledge, and he knows exactly what he's talking about. So,
well, he's sticking to the criteria of the actual specialty. His domain of knowledge, his domain of experience and expertise. He's leaving out the opinion. But he had to throw, and he could be an Aussie as far as I'm concerned in so many ways, because he threw in a comment there which was just perfect. Some would say that's British type of sarcasm. Yeah, but it fits into Aussie sarcasm as well. Yeah, the way we do things, the way we communicate. He said, I've got a bit of a stiff neck. I might have to go see a journalist to get some medication for it.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I literally had to pause the video because I was laughing hard, because it's like, well said, my man. You know, it's excellent. Well done, buddy. Stiff neck. yeah, I have to go see these fact checkers, these journalists, because
Thank you,
believe it or
Harvey.
not, 10 out of 10 of the fact checkers for fact checkers that were in reference to the topic at hand that was relevant to his video were journalists. Only one of them was a scientific journalist, which means he finished something in the sciences, but his major was journalism, not science, not the sciences.
Yeah.
So 10 out of 10 journalists. And we've got journalists telling us what is true and what's not true, aka fact checkers, on topics which are not in their field of expertise. It's like, and he put that out, and nobody can deny it because he put the proof out from fact checkers. He didn't say this is what I think. Here's what they say about themselves. This is their expertise. He's like, just so you know, who's fact checking a doctor who's sticking to the expert, everything within the field and not putting personal opinion into it. And it's like, wow. So, yeah, he's I think he's beginning to realize some things which he didn't want to believe about what's all around him. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Enough about the current times of what's going on.
Yeah. But the problem is, if we go back to the high cost for our farmers, that is, we're facing food crisis. And if the government doesn't do anything about it, we will definitely face it with the prices going up and up and up. So that is not a good thing. And that is what I have predicted, well, at least 1 or 2 years ago, so that we would probably face that sooner or later. And I think we will do that, face that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I agree too.
If you look at the statistics, if you look at the data, as they like to say, on pricing of food products, we all say it's gone up, it's gone up, it's gone up. Sure, we know because we see how much we can fill the trolley up or the shopping cart up with products, right? We see it from the physical side of things. But on the data, when you look at the data, say, oh, it only went up 13%, it only went up 14%. I'm not going to suggest anything. I'm just going to say outright, go out, have a look at the numbers that they're talking about, these sites that put out these statistics, and you will find that they're incremental statistics, right?
Yeah.
And that some of them even put the percentage out based on the current price and not on the previous price, which may be how they do that in that field of statistics. I'm not going to pick on. I'm sure there's more ways to present statistics in one, right? From what my memory serves me from back at high school days when we were learning statistics. Yeah. But you get my point. So sometimes they're being presented in a way. No, let me rephrase it. Every time they're being presented in a way that doesn't show the actual increase over time, over a longer period of time. And because it's a percentage, let's not forget, if something went up in price 3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And you look at the percentage today of how much it went up in price in the last, from then to now, okay, fine. But what was the price increase 6 months ago? What was the price increase 12 months ago? What was the price increase 3 years ago? And if you add all those increases up, it's a factor of let's say it's 14%. It's a 1.14 of all the price with all the increases. So it's going up. It's almost like a cliff. Look, when you look at the number, it's like shoom, just going up like crazy. When we're talking food prices, So these numbers that they're popping up on the screens and on the channels and on the official sites, I won't say misleading, but they're not showing the full picture over, let's say, a 5-year span, or let's say just this decade. So each decade separately. If they were to go through each decade, say the last 10 years, you will see that every single food price has gone up not incrementally, but exponentially, like crazy. Because it's always a factor of 1 point something that's being multiplied to the previous number, which was multiplied by 1 point something, 1 point something, 1 point something. And when you multiply, it's actually like a factor of 3 or a factor of 4 when you're at the end of the day.
Can I add something in there real quick? Or the packaging is getting smaller over time.
Same thing, because we follow we
right?
You mean
when we do shopping? When we do shopping,
inflation.
we look at the kilogram price or the pound prices, I guess, in the States. We don't look at the unit price.
For example, right?
Everything, mate.
Exactly.
We look at the
take
kilogram
a look at all
price.
of it, right? Or how much is in a serving now compared to what it was before, right? Yeah,
it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts when I see somebody say, "Oh, this only cost $1." Hang on a second. What's the price per kilogram, per unit of measurement?
Yeah.
Shrinkflation. That is what it is.
And
I noticed it a long time ago, even at the dollar store. I used to be able to get something like 900 grams, and it went down to 800. This is before last year. It was back in like 2018, 2017. So I noticed that like a long time ago. So if that was already happening, I'm like, it's probably going to come with everything else eventually.
It's been happening exponentially at a rate which is which you can't describe. So I can understand why they're showing the figures to not get people upset, right? Because people would react if in the mainstream media they were to show these figures. But I'll say since when was that crash? 2008, was it? 2000? Yeah, 2008-ish, 9-ish. So since then, since 2008, this what I call a cliff, or almost a vertical line heading up into space, as far as figures goes, is crazy. But it's been done incrementally so that people don't notice it. It hasn't happened in one day.
Well, yeah, that's exactly with the shrinkflation, right? People will notice the price, but they might not notice that the quantity has gone down. 100 grams less, 50 grams less, whatever it is.
Yep. Yeah, some will say that's marketing. Well, no, it's just pumping the price up, because a kilogram or a pound of, I don't know, flour is a pound of flour. A kilogram of flour is a kilogram of flour. You're buying a kilogram. The unit of measurement is not grain; it's per kilogram. See my point?
Yeah. And the other problem we have here as well in Sweden is we import our fertilizer and the fuel. So that will be a problem for our farmers.
Mm-hmm.
So when the price go up on too much on the fertilizer and the fuel, they can't produce any food, and that means we will have a food crisis. So the government needs to do something about it, because if they don't, we will have a food crisis in 2 months. So before the prices go up on the food, so we need to prepare and stock up when it's on a normal level on the prices on our food. So that is why I try to stock up as much as I can now. So,
Well, it's still easy, right? I mean, we don't know what's going to happen next year still, right? We could have we could be facing more of what we got this year, right? Forest fire, like, for example, in the U.S., right? Forest fires in California, drought, water shortage again, right? Could we really go through another year of that again? It'd be 10 times as worse this time next year. That's what I think, anyways.
Now, here's a bit of information to add on to the answer to Monashi about Australia. We just very recently, bought a piece of property where we're going to build our homestead, God willing. Yeah. And I looked at the prices of property in that exact little pocket of that little area, right? That very same name of the area. So, and no, this is semi-rural. So yes, you can build a home there, but it's still classified as you can have chickens and goats and whatever. So it's semi-rural, very close to the city, about a 40-minute drive to a nice city. Rural city, not huge city, not mega city, not metropolis, not crazy stuff. And it's 2017 for a block of land which was practically identical to ours. The price was 50,000 Australian dollars, sold for 50,000 Australian dollars. Today, that exact same amount of land is almost $300,000.
That's a huge increase in the price.
Yep.
For the property. So
yeah. So to all those people that think that they can just get out of the city and have a bit of extra cash in their pockets, think again. Start following the numbers. Look at the trends. It's and I found from first-hand and second-hand information that a lot of these prices that are being pumped by city resellers, people who are in the cities who are just resellers, and they might not even be from the same state that the property is being sold in, but they're in cahoots with the real estate agents. So my only conclusion over the last years is that real estate agents are now a synonym for what used to be a used car salesman. And we used to say, oh, he's just a used car salesman, and everybody would say, oh, we understand. Well, now you can say that for real estate agents. They're just used car salesman.
Yeah.
They get the property, they polish up the ads, blah blah blah, or they contact their buddy and say, "Yeah, I got a piece of land here or a house here that's selling really cheap," blah blah blah. And that's now become the norm.
Citizen Guardian has a little message for you, Jack.
I see that opposite effect. I dare say it's not an opposite effect. The land is the land. It's still the same as what it was before.
Yeah.
So if you're earning more money today, you're earning a higher amount of fiat currency today. You're actually getting less than what you're getting 5 years ago as far as property prices go. You can buy less with your higher paycheck today than what you could 5 years ago with a smaller paycheck. Unfortunately, paychecks have not gone up in the same proportions as what owning your own home, your own little block of land to build a home on. A home. I'm not talking about a house for resale or for renting. I'm talking about a family home.
Yeah. A family home you bought for your own money.
Yeah. So you can be working 2 jobs now and not have enough to be able to pay that off in a 10, 20, 30 year period, right? Whatever the bank loan may be that you're, while 5 years ago you could easily with 1 job.
Yeah. I
won't say easily. I won't say easily. I won't say easily.
Okay, what?
I want to add some input in. Input in every so often. I want you guys majority of the time saying something. That's why I'm chatting on the side chat a lot more. I want to hear what everyone's doing right now. So everything's going up. We're well aware of that. But what are you trying to do right now to cut back on costs of something? Are you how do I say? For example, are you trying to, trying to sell something to make some extra cash, that extra side hustle? Are you trying to cut back on something to save on, let's say, electricity, so you don't have to pay so much, or fuel prices going up and such? I'm just curious what everyone's doing about that. If that makes any sense.
Shadow?
People in the side chat too.
Well,
Donna's growing her own herbs and vegetables.
Yeah.
That could be a start. That could be a start, right? I guess that would supplement your food.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'd be cheaper in the long run. No TV or no cable. Okay, yeah, you're cutting that expense out. However, it costs per month, whatever it is, $50 a month, whatever it is, right? That could be used towards food or water. Oh yeah, the fast on. Oh, never mind. Forget what I said. Cutting back on like fast food or getting that takeout coffee or Uber Eats or stuff like that. Not eating out.
Oh,
That's probably good.
Out.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
No, I can't eat out because there's how they used to say these people and dogs are not allowed in these restaurants. Now I'm one of those people.
Oh, okay. Harvey's getting more food bulk buying, food storage system. Okay.
Me personally, again, like I mentioned earlier, we're looking to get a whole new building, starting from scratch. Well, not from scratch, technically speaking, but as far as the homestead goes, starting from scratch. The difference is this time I want to be totally off-grid. I want to make it 100% off-grid. So the procurement has been for, let's say, just in this last week, I concentrated on the water supply, and I've bought some pre-filters, hunted around for pre-filters to get the best pricing on them, and so on and so on. So I'm investing into things that are going to reduce the overall cost of life with the following logic: with fiat currency being worthless every year, getting to be more and more worthless. So you can have $1 billion. What's the worth? Well, okay, let's say gold. What good is gold if you can buy a loaf of bread with a bag of gold? So how much is that gold worth? It's worth life for a day on bread, and you have to get your own water. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same with the fiat currency. What is $1 million if it's going to buy me a bloody, a bun, coming Easter, whatever, or Christmas, let's say Easter, it's going to buy me a hot cross bun. Yeah, great. What's $1 million? Worthless. I know that sounds extreme, but that's technically what inflation is. So I'd rather invest that money into something that's going to ensure me that water and that flour and everything else needed to get that hot cross bun on my table, on my children's table, my family's table. See my point? But I'm in that situation now where we're starting from scratch with homestead number 2 in our life, which replaces homestead number 1 because of geographical location, moving from one geographical location to another.
Well, the side chat has a lot to say about what I asked. Stretching the supplies a little bit more. Let's see, like washing soda and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, I see. Half the amount of toupees.
Monashi, I've been through 2 hot zones in my life. Been there, done that. And, whether, I don't like to talk about it, but I hear you loud and clear. Nobody cares. I mean, when you say vets, there's no vets out there. We're all just people. and not everybody, depending on the person, somebody's done something, somebody else has done something else. But at the end of the day, I just see myself as a common man, common person, just a husband, father, an average Joe Blow, just a fellow man on the street, fellow human being on the street. So, I'm in that boat somehow, some way. I mean, I can even now draw you up the green zone in Baghdad. I can literally just draw up a hand-sketched map of the whole entire green zone from memory. Just to give you a picture of, So, honestly, I'm not against anybody mentioning vets. Don't get me wrong, I'm not picking on you, but it's happening to everybody. We're all in the same boats. Just to throw that little bit in there when you say vets, I understand, especially on Veterans Day in the US, definitely on Remembrance Day, in the US, definitely that's something that stands out. But it's happening every day to everybody, regardless of our background and our experiences and what life path we chose.
Yeah. Just to get back to what I was talking about, this one I'm missing a lot in there about cutting back and about using residual heat, turning it off early. I do that when I'm cooking. It's just because, like, for example, if you're cooking with an element, right, electrical element, sometimes there's still a lot of residual heat. Like, I just cook it like an extra 5 minutes, though. Leave it on the stove for an extra 5 minutes. I've done that for stuff a lot of times. It's piping hot. It's steaming hot, right? And the best part is I don't burn stuff because I'm using residual heat. I'm not like, I don't even turn it down to minimal or low. I just turn it off and kind of let it like steam. I guess I do that with rice too. I just let it steam and give it that extra 5 minutes. It's fine. If the water was dirty or whatever, or I had to disinfect it or whatever, I would make sure it comes up to a boil. But or it's just like with an oven too, right? Like using the residual heat to like heat your place a little bit more, right? So hopefully your furnace won't kick on right away. So that's awesome, Miss Warner. That's what I like to hear. And these things stretch your resources and your dollar a little bit more. Because there will be a time where we're going to have to stretch our resources a lot more.
Yeah.
As much as possible. Almost considering it like, how do I say? Like if you're camping or whatever, using resources wisely, right? You only have so much water, so you're trying to like, okay, I don't per se wash my face with it, then wash my hands, then wash the dishes with it, kind of deal. Rinse your dishes after the fact and using that like 3 times instead of, okay, I need fresh water. Oh, I need more fresh water. I need fresh water for nice fresh water for cleaning the dishes. Next thing you know, you would use 3 liters of water when you barely even have a gallon left. Awesome. Yeah, Celtic Ripper, yeah. Electricity, that'll be one of those things that coming up this winter here. In the northern hemisphere, anyways. You guys down south, it's summer. Spring, summer now. Stuff like that. I don't know about you guys. I mean, like, for me, I let the sun come in during the daytime. Like, all the windows are open. And get that passive heating coming in and stuff like that. Trying to warm up the place as much as possible before the sun sets. Stuff like that. and hopefully not get the furnace to kick on during the day, especially if it's sunny out. You guys are quiet. You guys are quiet right now.
Well,
But
we're
yeah.
just listening to you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm just rambling. I thought you guys were to add some input in.
No, I'm just looking at. I was listening, but I'm also reading the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots
Just
of
realizing
input.
how many people over the years have actually pitched into trying to make the world a better place or protect humanity
Yeah.
from the evils out there. And don't get me wrong, no matter which side of the fence one is on, or which no, let me rephrase that. The guy that's in the First World War trench type of situation, just to use that type of picture, because none of us can really relate to it because it was different time, different era, whatever. But even the guy in the other trench is doing his job and is sticking by his well, back then brothers, but brothers and sisters, if we take the nurses and all that into consideration back then, he's doing the same thing as a bloke in our trench or whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's hard to explain. Yeah. But that's not comparable to some of the stuff that went on in the last few decades, because these last few decades were, something that's still around.
Yeah.
So we, at the end of the Second World War, evil was stopped, another evil was let run rampant after 45, well, after 44, after 45 really. And but now the same evil that was running rampant is still running rampant. So we haven't even done half the job compared to our dads or grandfathers in some people's cases. You see my point? Yeah.
Just
Marian says, first time buying wood other than for fun in firing, and the cord is $580 here in Northern Virginia.
Wow.
Whoa.
$580.
Yeah. $580. Whoa.
Oh.
That is expensive.
That is expensive.
That has to be a metropolis. That cannot be. That has to be in the city. There's no way. That's no way. That has to be a city. Am I right there, Marianne? Not asking which city, but it has to be a metropolis.
Almonash says, Marian Day, that's crazy. Here in Canada, it's about 260 a cord.
260? 260? Yeah. Even that's crazy.
Yeah, even that is crazy.
Out of Washington. Oh, mate. Oh, metropolis. Yeah, and the very center of the elites. Yeah. Oh, man.
Marian says, yep, right out of Washington, D.C., she says.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's almost like I feel sorry for you. It's like, wow. Yeah.
Welcome back, Vanessa.
Welcome back, Vanessa.
Hey, good day.
I know some people. I was about to say, I know some people when I've done it here. I've increased the insulation or efficiency, I guess, right, of the insulation. Now I get triple pane windows instead of double. Hopefully, it'll pay off in the long term. Especially if, per se, electricity power is going up. Hopefully, it'll pay for itself in the next couple of years here.
180. There's another one. 180 quid
per cubic meter.
Yeah, the unit of measurement used in Europe for wood.
Yeah,
firewood. That's crazy. That's madness.
Yeah, it is. And the next one, a cord is running 200 here near me in Connecticut.
$200. what's a cubic meter? I'll just use a cubic meter and just say a unit of measurement. 4 by 4 by 8.
Vanessa says cord is 4 by 4 by 8.
That's 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters. Oh, that's a bit more than. Oh, that's actually. Hang on a second. So that's 1.2 times 1.2 times 2.44 equals. That's 3.5 cubic meters, if I'm not mistaken.
You are probably correct.
Well, the calculator tells me so, but I'm not sure if I did the exact measurement.
1 meter equal
3.28 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just rounded off to 30 centimeters, which I know it's 30.5, but so it's 3.6 there.
625 cubic
I
meters.
just I rounded off. I did the rough measurement because yards are different to meters by X amount of centimeters. So that's just But so so what was it? 580. In Canada, I guess it would be cubic meters or in cords. No, a cord. She said a cord. So it's 580. 580. No. US. Sorry, US. That was, and I'm getting all these numbers mixed up in all these countries. $580 divided by 3.6 roughly. That's $161 per cubic meter. So for everybody that's in Europe, in the metric system, that's bloody nuts, mate. That's about 150 euros, 140 euros, about 140 euros per cubic meter. What is a cubic meter of wood, of firewood? Nothing. A home goes through anywhere from 15 to 25, depending on factors like what was mentioned earlier, the insulation factors. I mean, we'll just say 20, just say 20 for a season. Oh, man.
Vanessa is a math teacher.
That's awesome, Vanessa Kitty. At least we have a math teacher in here, so we'll be good. I'll convert. Vanessa Kitty will do the math for us.
I failed because I failed on that one because I said that's close enough. That's about right.
Vanessa Kitty's like, no, that's not close enough.
That's not precise. Yeah, fail.
I see that Fox River. I see that Fox River said they would rather find loads of dead wood in the forest and load it up in the trailer. Well, you might have to supplement that in. Okay? It's just like the same thing about gardening. You're supplementing it in so to cut back on the cost. And hopefully, you have some updated insulation, the windows that you do have, so you can keep some of that heat in as much as possible, increase the efficiency of whatever it is you're using, right? Wood or whatever, right? Because it's not come back to that again. If power, electricity, fuel prices go up, you're going to have to increase the efficiency of whatever it is, your car, your vehicle, your truck, all that stuff.
Yeah. On the windows, though, that's a high price item, right? That you mentioned, very high price item.
Mm-hmm.
And there are solutions which are much cheaper, not as effective maybe, but much cheaper for those who can't afford.
Oh yeah, the
cork up, cork ups. No. I'm not saying.
Oh.
No, I'm not saying about replacing. I'm not saying about replacing, but improvising or improvising what you have and what's available within a budget. And that is, let's say, you cork up or still up, depending on what material you use.
Exactly.
All of the windows from outside and inside, right? Around the edges, and use those heavy curtains. And they might not be as pretty as the modern day curtains.
Well, heavy curtains, those were used in medieval times.
Correct. Before, double curtains.
That's why in movies and stuff like that, per se, you would actually see that because it actually was like that, right? It's so that airspace, the gap, and stuff like that.
But you'll also see two rows of curtains, one with a light curtain, a lighter, flashier type of, something that may even let sunlight through, somewhat, but the heavy curtain is the second layer. And yes, it was made to look decorative, of course, what's appealing to the eye, so on and so on. But the actual practical side of that was you have a double layer of insulation where the cold that does get through the window, right, hits the first curtain, right, and then it has that, and then it has to get through to the heavy curtain, which then doesn't allow for the cold to get in. While on the other side of things, it doesn't let the heat go out. The heavy curtain being the heavy curtain, the heat factor is more important. So, plastic sheets suck. They're dangerous. Bushcraft, Fox River bushcraft. That is. I know it's something that's available readily, but I wouldn't recommend that to anybody. It's just a fire hazard. Even curtains are not necessarily as safe as triple glazed or 5 glazed or 10 glazed windows, which is probably the next thing on the market. But definitely not plastic. No nylon, plastic. Wool and cotton are the most,
even
best
simple
products out there.
Even as simple as some draft barrier underneath your doors and stuff like that, right? I mean, that's my next step, is to update on something like that. It's because, the draft comes in, especially if the temperatures fall into 0 Fahrenheit or minus 15 Celsius. I guess we're all A-okay here. Oh, look who came in.
Well, on the wood heating, Vanessa just mentioned that they have natural gas ovens and so on, being a city, of course.
Okay.
But here's a piece of information. In Australia, in some of the cities like Sydney, for example, you cannot put a wood heater into your home at will. You have to get special permits and everything, and most of the municipalities will not issue a permit for it. They just won't. Dots. You can do it illegally, but if somebody reports you, you're in trouble. The fines are,
Good to see you, okay. You want to come up on? Just click the link.
Come up with say some words back. I have some other things to say too about this, because, instead of per se, turning up the heat per se, maybe just put on an extra sweater. It might come down to that again, right? We might have to resort back to conventional shelter clothing. Just heating up the whole place, right?
A sleeping cap. You have to put one of those pretty little sleeping caps on, like they used to do back in the day and age prior to the Industrial Revolution.
Or even if you're running wood or something like that, maybe you're conserving it because you're seeing that it's gonna get colder, and you're like, maybe I should save some of it just in case when it gets really, really cold, right? So you put on a sweater instead of running around in your place with a t-shirt, just because you feel cold. Because I never saw the sense of doing that. Doing something like, let's just walk around in a t-shirt and crank up the temperature, that furnace or whatever, or add more wood in, instead of just putting on an extra layer instead. Because per se, I don't need to heat up the whole place. I just feel a little bit colder. That might help cut on costs. Cost of wood or fuel or electricity or whatever, or gas. Yeah, exactly, Donna. Earlier, and turn down the heat. Yeah.
Hey,
I guess we're blessed. I guess we're blessed here in Australia because a big chunk of the country is, in general, it's warmer. But people, please understand, you climatize to the temperatures. So when someone says in Australia they're freezing, it doesn't mean it's freezing point. It's not, like
10
Europe.
Celsius. 10 Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit for everyone else.
Oh yeah, I remember myself.
I hear about that. My friend says it.
Hey, I remember myself as
a kid. Cold. I'm like, how cold is it?
Correct.
10 Celsius.
Correct. Hey,
10
waking up
Celsius,
in the mornings.
Yeah, I can walk outside right now. It's 10 Celsius.
Correct. When I was in Europe, I was walking around. I'd hop out of the house, t-shirt and a pair of jeans, whatever. or even tracksuit pants, whatever you want to call them, sports pants, and hop out and grab whatever needed to be grabbed and do whatever needs to be done, blah, blah, blah. And yet it's -5 or -10 Celsius, which is like -10 billion in Fahrenheit.
That's about 20 Fahrenheit.
Whatever, it's freezing, right? But
well, it's still
when I
below
was a
freezing,
kid,
right? Anything below freezing.
it is below freezing, correct? But
Yeah,
you
so
climatize.
Technically, it's cold.
You get used to it. Not technically, it is bloody cold.
Right?
There's nothing technical about it. It's cold. But you do get used to your surroundings, and your body climatizes to the actual conditions. Same thing in Australia. Let's say I was born and raised in Melbourne. And yeah, I know the joke about Melbourne is you get 5 seasons in a day, not 4, but 5 seasons in a day, right? It's whatever. But anyway,
You're in Canada too for some reason.
Going fishing. Like too. I remember as a kid going fishing in the mornings with Dad. Dad would wake me up. May rest in peace. God bless him. And I'd be there shivering, literally shivering. And it's probably, like you said, only 10 or 12 degrees Celsius. But your body has climatized to a warmer climate. So that difference in temperatures from, what's going to be a cold winter's day of 18 degrees Celsius, right? And you're waking up at 10, those 8 or 9 degrees Celsius really make a difference. And I know it sounds crazy, it sounds funny. I mean, I have to laugh at myself because there I was in snow and ice for almost 3 decades of my life. Well over 2, well, closer to 3 decades than 2, and not a problem apart from the first year. But and here I am back in Australia now, and believe it or not, it's roughly whatever it was. We had 5 days of. I went into Darwin where it was like 36 to 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 100 Fahrenheit, I think, or not high 90s.
40 Celsius is 104.
Yeah, so I got it right.
Is 98.6.
I'm learning.
95.
There you go. I'm learning.
88 is 30 Celsius. 21
it's hot.
Celsius is 70.
Yeah.
You go on.
It's hot. I spent 2 weeks in 36 to 40 something degrees temperatures. Came to Sydney, and I was freezing.
No AC, right? No AC, right?
Well, up north, yeah, there was an AC in the container, but I hate AC. AC just, air conditioning in a small room just sucks. Remember, this was a camp. This was a quarantine camp. So my room wasn't that big. It wasn't small by any means, but it wasn't big. The AC was overkill, put it that way. The units that were in they were just overkill. It's like Texans. When you hop into a car with a Texan, he puts the bloody air conditioner on to freezing. It's like, dude, don't do this to me. It's like you hop out of the car. It's like you hop into the car, you're freezing cold. Whatever. Just a joke about fellow brothers from Texas. You got to pick at them always.
Well,
I love it.
I know I've been talking about.
But yeah, anyway, just to make my point, and here I am. I got to Sydney, right, and it was 20 something. So we're talking about 10 to 15 degrees, 20 degrees Celsius difference, and I was cold. And yeah, I came from Europe where it was just the beginning of autumn, and it was colder in Europe than what it was here. And yet in Europe, I was like, not a problem. I just wake up. Oh yeah, I can feel the chill a little bit. That's all normal. No hassles, no problems. Come to Australia, 40 plus degrees for 2 weeks. Come to Sydney, where it was like a nice spring/summer European temperature of 20 plus. And in the evenings and the mornings, I was like, bloody hell, I'm freezing my tits off out here. It's like too cold. So the body climatizes.
Exactly, right? It takes a little bit of time, too.
Yeah.
It's just like for anyone that's like gone from like a place. It's like going like, let's say it's -40 here in Canada, and I'm visiting in South America or like down south more, where it's like 70 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius, 25, 30, right? I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's so hot. Or vice versa, you'd be like, oh my gosh, it's so cold. But it's only 0 CR. Oh, well, still, I just came from like 104 or 40 Celsius. It's kind of cold.
Check this out. -60 Fahrenheit, as was mentioned for Alaska. That's like minus 50 degrees Celsius. I've never experienced minus 50. I've experienced minus 20 something, and that was cold.
It's been minus 45 here. Minus 45.
I have experienced 33 degrees, minus 33 degrees.
Oh man, hang on.
Yeah, that's common here in Canada.
That minus 45 is minus 42.
But that is cold though. That is cold though. But when you start reaching below minus 30 Celsius, minus 22 Fahrenheit,
that's minus 27.
Yeah, it starts getting.
That's a little colder than the coldest I've ever experienced.
It starts to get anywhere below minus. Well, anytime below freezing is dangerous, but especially at those times because it doesn't take long. It does not take long. You know.
I think it was minus.
You hear these stories about like people falling asleep at a bus shelter or something like that in minus 30, and then next thing, no one can wake them up. Stuff like that. Right? I hear about that here in Canada lots of times and stuff like that.
I found when that minus 30 degree Fahrenheit or minus 20 something Celsius, which I experienced, I think it was somewhere about 7 years ago, 7 or 6, about that. I went to pick up my son, my eldest son, from even his mates, high school mates were out in the town, one of the clubs or whatever, pubs. You know how teenagers are, Anyway, I had to go pick him up, obviously, and it was minus 20 something. I forgot now, minus 21, 22, 23, something like that, whatever. So it was bloody cold. When I hopped out of the house, it was that cold that I didn't immediately. I felt it, but it didn't. Let's say to me, 5 degrees Celsius with a bit of wind is worse than minus 20. I can't handle.
Well, wind chill is those ultimate factors too, right? Because wind chill blows the heat off. That thin layer of heat that's surrounding all of us, right? The wind chill just blows it right off of you, right? That's why you feel cold, and especially if you're wearing clothing or jackets or whatever that don't block the wind. The wind will just chew right through you. It's like you get the pins and needles. It feels like going right through you because the wind chill is just penetrating right through you. It could be minus 30 and sunny and calm. It's not that bad. But if it's like cloudy, minus 15, minus 20, but the wind's like really strong, let's say 50, 60 kilometers an hour, it's going to feel horrible. Because it's just going to blow the heat right off you.
And most people that I knew most of the guys used to complain, most people that I knew, they used to complain about dry winters. I used to prefer dry winters because
dry winter is better because moisture. It's just like wet snow too, right? Because wet snow, if you're not wearing clothing that'll repel the moisture, feel cold because that wet snow's on you and staying on you, and the heat that little thin layer of heat that's next to you, it's melting that snow, changing it to water, and soaking into your clothing, and the next thing you know, the wind's blowing the water, that moisture. Well, water conducts heat faster than air. So
I'm glad I'm in Australia. No, I'm glad I'm in Australia. I'll gladly pay to go on a weekend trip with the kids to one of the mountains and for them to experience snow again. Even though they experienced it in the past in Europe, but to just have that as a luxury and not a norm, yeah, definitely. I hate snow.
Jack, what do you say about what Vanessa and Katie says here? We had attempts at one site. We evacuated troops out of at minus 109 Fahrenheit with huge wind chill. We used the Arctic C-240s from Florida to rescue our army troops at that site.
Yeah, look, that just takes me back to the 90s. Not to go into details too much, but my first experience of a dry, cold winter was in uniform, and the uniforms were not crash hot. They were not winter uniforms, put it that way. So, yeah, that brings back chills. That's all I'm gonna say.
No pun intended.
Hell, well, me? No, never.
That's what I
Yeah,
always.
C-130 Hercules.
Yeah, this is
Ugh,
what I
mate,
always say.
no.
It doesn't matter per se how cold it is. It's more the wind. It's always going to be the wind. Is always going to be that determining factor
Hey,
when it comes
Russo.
to when it comes to winter, anyways, right? Or even the cold itself, right? Fall too, right? Because if it's windy, it's not as warm out. It's just you don't feel as warm. It's just how it is, you know. But
100
if it's
mile
calm
per hour
out,
wind.
it's not so bad. It's not so bad then. Because
Oh,
I've been out in minus 36 with no wind in the sun. As long as you're wearing clothing, I guess you're pretty good still. As soon as the windshield starts picking up, especially if it's a strong wind, even a slight breeze, you start feeling it. Because any unprotected skin that's not covered, you start feeling it. You get frostbite. And yes, it burns. Frostbite burns.
Oh man, no,
It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah, it does.
It hurts. It hurts.
Vanessa
Especially if you're trying
says,
to warm up.
I was stationed in Elmendorf, AFB, 1982 to 87.
But see, hats off to the U. I mean, when the later half of the 90s, and then later on working with NATO, I was not just impressed. I was amazed at just how much, winter uniform, winter this, winter that, and then some. It's like the U.S. military really has got the basic equipment for its guys and girls out everywhere. Especially USARA, U.S. Army Europe. They had everything for everyone. I remember at AFIS, this is again my experience with the US military, and later on working for them, not with, for them, yeah, for them. That's the only way I can say it. Although I like to say with them, but technically no. Contractors are contractors. Dot. We're not wearing a flag. Yeah, I love the fact that I could walk into an AFIS and get an army store out there, just to make sure that everybody knows what it is, and where you could buy anything from shaving stuff to winter clothing, which was, yes, it was military clothing, but I was impressed with the quality of it, put it that way. I was overly impressed, and the prices were damn cheap compared to European prices on the market. And compared to what the European, well, again, I won't compare where I was to other European forces, because the German army looks after its troops, the Austrian army as well. And from what I saw, the Finnish troops from up north, up your way, up close to you, Shadow, they had excellent uniforms as well, from what I was able to see. Wonderful stuff, mate. So, yeah, I was really impressed with that, because I got the shitty end of that stick when I went to Europe, because of where I was. Yeah. So, I was very impressed. Very, very, very impressed.
Yeah, just to add what Vanessa Kitty said. I was saying City. Vanessa Kitty said, in those kind of colds, you don't expose any flesh. And let's see, Freeman said frostbite is actually your skin dying. And it's like, yeah, because remember when water freezes, it expands. Right. So basically, your cells are, the water in your skin is expanding. That's why it hurts. And you're trying to, when you warm it back up, you feel that pin and needle sensation, and that hurts too.
Yeah, I have experienced that when it's like needles in the face, and that is horrible.
It hurts, right? Or your eyes and stuff like that. I've had frostbite on my temple. I was wearing a hat too. I was wearing a wool hat too. It's just the windshield is so long. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Let me add a bit of humor to this, but real life humor. You look forward to taking a leak because of the warmth, right? Well, this is for men because our hands get down to the warmer parts of our body. But you learn to take that leak very quickly because it gets, because certain parts of the body are not used to the cold.
Exactly.
Experience, first-hand experience. There's like, oh, excellent. Oh,
Well,
get the hell out of here as quick as possible. But you enjoy those few little moments of warmth there as well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean the reason
Sorry,
I mentioned,
it's just
the reason I mention this is because we're coming into winter, and everyone knows what happened in Texas earlier in the year, right? That could happen in anywhere. Well, pretty much anywhere, right? Maybe except for around the equator, but anywhere north or south, it's potential to get that cold. Because I always take a look, like for your own area, always look at the history of the time of the date and see how cold the record low for that date. Even for me right now, it can get to minus 20 Celsius right now here. Thank goodness it's not. It's like a nice 6 degrees out and sunny, right? But I always feel like, oh yeah, I could get that cold. I gotta remember that, right? I appreciate the warmth right now, but I gotta remember, it could be minus 20 out. Because sometimes I look at the records, right? Learn from history, right? That it can get that cold at this time of year and stuff like that. And be prepared for it, right? Hopefully everyone's got their winter stuff out. Well, maybe except for you, because it's summertime, but for the rest of us that live in the Northern Hemisphere right now, right? It's fall, winter, right? So hopefully you get all that stuff ready to go. Just in case, all right? Just in case. I know Vanessa City, Kitty was saying about blankets, wool blankets, and stuff like that. I have my wool sweater ready to go just in case. It's already washed too, so it's clean. It's ready to go. I can put that on if I really needed to. And stuff like that. Have those gloves and stuff ready to go.
And here's another thing that I can add on to what you were talking about a few weeks ago, Creative. And that is, many of us, not all of us, many of us, some of us at least, will find that clothing that fitted us a decade or so ago does not necessarily fit so comfy later on in life. So learn how to sew, learn how to improvise. Get those little zipper extendable things that are for pregnant women for their jeans and that. Get those because it's cheaper to buy those, more effective than to scramble around looking for new clothes, A, and B, if you got something that's good and you know that it's keeping you warm, stick with it. Stick with it, use it, but just make sure that it's usable. Because as I learned that as you stop looking after your body as far as figure goes, your clothes tend to get smaller.
Well, I'll add to that too in a little bit here. I was going to say, remembering a story I think I heard, I forget, it's some sort of video or whatever. I forget if it was mainstream or not, but during the Texas freeze, there was these people that came from Canada, right? They actually still brought their winter stuff. They're like, we'll probably never need this. They just brought it because they wanted to go skiing in the mountains, so that's why they still had it, right? They're like, oh, thank goodness I decided to bring these winter clothes from Canada down here. I'm needing them right now, right? So, sometimes that camping stuff or stuff that you use to go on trips can come in handy too. And coming back to what you were saying about size thing, I mean, the smaller you are, you can put on bigger clothing, right? Now, it's harder when you're a bigger person because you can't squeeze into smaller clothing so easily, right? But let's say you're a smaller person or whatever, smaller in stature or size, you can put bigger coats on, bigger coats on, bigger shirts on, and stuff like that. It's kind of hard when you're bigger to put smaller clothing on. It's easier to layer up when you're smaller, I find, anyways. Because usually, if you're bigger, you can't find your size. It's harder to find your size. You think of anyone that's like not 6 feet, but 7 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
How hard for them to find clothing if something went down, right? Let alone shoes or boots, stuff like that. I'm starting to feel really warm right now. Vanessa's kitty's
Hey,
just mentioning
Charlie.
blankets now, parkas. I'm feeling warm. Woo. The chat's getting warm.
Charlie has a point here. Uh, ski doing when temps drops below 30 minus 35 or 31 Fahrenheit is it makes your skin tingle, but bare fat rubbed on exposed skin helps combat that a little. And I
Well,
think Charlie has a point there.
I think so too. You know, it's just like why seals have blubber on them, or why polar bears try to build up fat reserves. Right? It's not just the burn air that energy, but it's fat, not water. If that makes any sense.
And I feel for you guys up north, mate. Winter coming. What's all happening around us, mate? Ugh.
Yeah, all right. So that's
just
why
just look at us. Just look at Australia, and that's all I can keep saying. Look at what went on in Australia, and you will get a factor of 10 times that up north in your Western countries, guaranteed 100%. It may not be named the same thing, i.e., pass or something or other. It may not be named the same thing as far as the way they implement it, but the end result will be identical, if not worse. The more I think, and I'm not trying to be a neckhead, I'm just trying to make sure that people are in touch with reality.
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm mentioning this winter stuff, right? Because it's actually been quite nice out west here in Canada. Hasn't even snowed yet, right? But I know it snowed down in central Canada and out east already, right? So I'm trying not to be, how do I say, get too used to this. Because I know it's going to get colder. I don't want to get soft to the cold. Because it'll really bite me in the butt later. You know,
frozen.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to be scrambling to get some winter stuff out when it's already minus 30 out.
Yeah, frozen soil. No, that's just concrete.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, after you dig in, I don't know, about half a foot to a foot, depending where you are, like the soil and temperature and blah blah blah, it's not that bad. But it's that first up to a foot that sucks.
Mm-hmm. You know,
What do you guys says about that? He showed up with a hammer frozen in his hand and arm, basically instantaneous. Whoa!
Yeah, don't touch metal in cold temperatures. End of story.
oh yeah. Well, I've been, that's another thing too to remember is like if you're using your ferro rod, right? Hopefully your striker has nice rubber handle on it, so you don't have to touch like let's say a hacksaw blade with, with metal on it. I've done that once. I've shown that on video, right? That was annoying. Oh, Jack, I did this after submerging my hands for couple minutes. It was minus 20 out.
Ouch.
Yeah, so that hurt for what it was. Even you could see in this video when I was doing it, right? One take because I didn't want to cut and make it look like something else or whatever, right?
I'm smiling because I'm in Australia.
I'm like, before I start, I'm like, okay. Then I reach in and I'm like, oh, that's cold. And like, I still have to get used to it for a little bit. But as soon as I pulled out my hands, I'm just like, my hands are wet. I'm trying to touch like a metal striker, and stuff like that. Trying to get and I do that pinky and thumb dexterity test. Right now. I'm like, well, I could sort of do it, but I know my hands are cold. Right? Maybe I'm Canadian, but I know that's cold because my hands are wet and it's cold out. Right? Now, I was doing it relatively sheltered, so there's no wind. But imagine if there's wind, that would have been even worse, right? But what you guys don't see in that is an hour after I recorded that, it took over an hour for my hands to recover back to like a normal state. That's how cold that felt. So when people say the colder you've been, the longer it takes to warm back up. Like sometimes, where a shower doesn't even cut it. A shower doesn't even cut it, right? because you still need to warm up your like bones per se, right? Literally, you've been freezing to your bones, right? And I do have a story to share with all you right now. Is because my friend's brother-in-law, he was lost. Well, he got stranded because his boat failed or whatever, motor failed or whatever, right? It was cold. He's okay now. When he was saying like even 10 hours later he still felt cold. So like when you've been cold for a very long time, it takes a long time to warm back up. So that I know firsthand. Anyways. Well, you guys are quiet.
Yeah, well,
You guys are quiet.
I just asked Ghost Wolf if you don't have access to bear fat, can you use other type of fat instead? So
Well, I guess a rabbit's out of question.
well,
That's
I
for
hope
sure.
that you can use other types of fat instead of bear fat if you can't get bear fat. So it must work with other types of fat as well.
I think it's just like a barrier or something like that. And because it's not water, it's different.
Yeah.
You might need to resort to that if you were stranded in the cold and you had a little bit of food or could get something, right? It's like maybe I should rub the fat over my forehead or something like that. I've never done that, but hopefully I'll never have to rub
Yeah.
fat over me because it's that cold and I'm not prepared for it.
Okay, Ghost Wolf.
Didn't I just read that right? Yeah.
Once neighborhood bully picking on me and my friend, he made us stick the tip of our tongues on an aluminum toboggan. We did it. Then I chicken him to do it. When he did, I pushed the sleigh down.
He never picked on us again.
Whatever works. That's
With his
usually how you
tongue,
deal with bullying.
oh, with his tongue stuck to it. Okay.
Later on in life, I guess you're all laughing about it. Back when that happened, I guess that bully was not very happy about it. I love it.
Oh my. See, when it gets cold out, I'll be like, should I touch this aluminum? I ghosted?
Oh,
I don't
aluminium.
know.
If you get stuck on metal, what I heard was you should put warm water on the metal to warm it up a bit before you do something else.
Yeah, because if I remember right, it's the moisture in your tongue that's creating an ice layer and it's literally sticking to it. And because your tongue is so the taste buds, it's all rough and stuff like that, right? So Well, surface area too. Great. Take care, Miss Worm.
Okay, Charlie. That is what I thought.
Be right back. I want to make another coffee.
I would
Yeah.
say other fats would work too. Yeah, that was what I thought. So,
Well, I basically think it's just because it's not water. It's a different medium. So.
okay, Miss
Stuff like
Worm. Thanks for stopping by.
Suddenly, my tongue suddenly hurts. reading that, reading these
Yeah.
comments. My tongue hurts. My tongue hurts. I need to sip on coffee. My tongue hurts. All right, Ghost. It's probably one of those things that you would use at your own discretion and at last ditch effort, right? If you have
Yeah.
to. Because I would hope you would be bundled up for that kind of letter, right? And not ill prepared for it. You know, frostbite, frostnip is not pleasant, right? I've been lucky; I've never gotten severe frostbite, right? But I've had frostbite at times where I'm like, really hurts, right? Where literally, I'm just to my friend, I'm like, he's like, "What's up, Sierra? My hand's cold. Can you open up your armpit?" They look at me weird. I'm like, just do it. Just do it. I don't have a choice, right? It just because I knew that was the only way. Like I like because the tip of my thumb was so cold, right? I just like
Yeah.
stuff like that. You know, or you put it underneath your own armpits and stuff like that, right? It's well, you know, I don't want to be complaining about it for the next half an hour either, right? You know, I'll take 5 minutes of that instead of complaining about it for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. And the thing is, that's something you would have to do in a real situation too. There's been survival stories and stuff like that where people have done that. You know, where the kid had to put his frostbitten feet underneath the armpit of his dad, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, you know, kid still has all his toes, so who cares, right?
Yeah.
You know, because once you get that amputation of toes or whatever, that's it, all right? You ain't coming back. It's
Here's
not coming
an
back.
idea.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
an idea. Why don't we get all like-minded preppers to move to, say, one of the states here in Australia and literally declare it our own country? Yeah. No cold, no winter, 24/7, 365-day food growth availability. And we're on an island which is so geographically isolated, quotation marks, makes us safer than any other country on this earth as far as many things, as far as enemies go. So, yeah, heaven on earth for a prepper nation.
He's taking off. It's actually nighttime. It should be already dark out east in Atlantic Canada right now, because it's 2 o'clock on the Pacific, so it should already be dark out east in Atlantic Canada right now.
Yeah.
Vanessa's game for that.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's better. It sounds better than yeah, than half the stuff I've been through and listening to here and thinking about. I'm like, I'm glad I'm back home. I just wish there was more of us here that were like-minded.
Hey, NC girl.
Hey, NC girl.
North Carolina.
Okay. Don't worry. In the summer, I'll talk about the heat wave and all this stuff. I mean, we could talk about the heat wave, these heat waves. you know.
Well,
maybe
it
it'll
is
warm
getting
everyone
late.
up if we talk about heat.
Well, here's one thing, right? I know that let's say global warming is a hot topic. Every pun.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, it is.
Did you just use that as a pun?
I'm admitting to it before than what you pick up on. All right. It's a hot topic. There we go. But I found that
It's
a lot of
hot
these
too.
people, yeah. But the problem is every time that topic gets discussed, you get naysayers and yaysayers on the topic of global warming, right? What factors are what all is contributing to it. But what I say is the following: to get things somehow calmed down, so we can have a proactive and constructive discussion about it. Is we can't deny the position of the Earth in our solar system and where it is currently and where it shall be for the next
93 million kilometers from
whatever.
the
Yeah,
sun.
yeah, exactly. And it's closer, and it's apparently getting closer. It's going to be in a position where it's closer to the sun than what it has been for the last 2,000 years. Blah 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 blah.
Well,
And
the
that's
sun is
something.
actually expanding
Hang
out.
on. Let me just hang on.
Sorry.
What I'm trying to say is that's the common denominator that I find that anybody that's a yay or nay sayer can somewhat agree upon and say, well, whether we like it or not, in the next decade or so, give or take, we are going to see warmer temperatures on our planet. What else contributes to it is, I won't say irrelevant, but less relevant to the fact that whether we like it or not, temperatures are rising for the next minimum of 10 years. If there are things, and if
Minimal?
we can help,
Minimal?
well, something like that.
Try
Give it.
50. 100.
Okay, 50, whatever. I'm not going to go into the details. So I'm just saying, in our lifespan, for us to get used to it, we have to start preparing now, because we know that in the next decade or so, the temperatures are going to be rising, and then they're going to stabilize and blah, 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 as far as the solar system goes.
Yeah.
What other contributing factors are there may or may not help in the long term of things, but we have to face reality of what's coming our way, something that we cannot affect and cannot change, and that is the position of the Earth and the sun in the next X amount of years. And that's when I find that those conversations do get more constructive once we find a common ground on, okay, temperatures are rising, they're going to rise, we can't help this. Can we help it as far as what level of that temperature may be? Maybe not.
Yeah, minimize
but how do we prepare for that as individuals, as family people, as people who want to see everybody safe and sound, So on the prepping topic, that's just wanted to share that with everybody, that I find that seems to be an icebreaker on the yay and nay sayers as far as our effect, our contributions to global warming.
You seem to have a lot of. You seem to have a lot of puns, or I'm noticing them, because you keep mentioning certain words.
Well, you can't talk. There's no politically correct way of talking about it, so you got to put a laugh in every now and then to break the ice, mate. I find that look, humor has got me to where I am now, and I'm still alive. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of my mates. Who got all?
Usually, I'm the one doing it.
Look, mate. I've lost too many mates because later on they just couldn't find a way to live through the differences and all the BS out there. Okay, so my self-defense mechanism, as some people refer to it, is mucking around and being myself, as far as I was when I was a kid in Australia, back home in Australia, or back home here in Australia, and just being the all-out larrikin. I don't know what other word to use. Look it up. Look up the word larrikin. You'll understand, and then you'll understand me a lot better. But that's how I survived, and that's how I survived. Okay.
Yeah.
And we got hedgehogs homestead in.
Hey, Homestead Oz.
I said hedgehog.
No, Homestead Oz is here in the house, man.
Yeah.
Okay, and that too.
Weather warfare here, unfortunately.
I just want to add one thing in, and people will say, well, what? How come it's still cold in the winter? Well, that's because the tilt of the Earth, this axis that we have, gives us the seasons. If we had like a perfectly 90-degree thing, it'd be totally different. Right? That axis gives us our seasons, right? It's just that because if the temperature's rising, right? We're probably going to see certain places get drier, wetter, or more snow.
Yeah.
And wind is one of those things too, because as heat drives the wind too, right? Because as cold air as warm air goes by, cold air comes in behind it to take its place.
Wonder if Wayne or Lynn can hop on. Oh, just as I said that, phone call will be back.
Yeah.
That son of a gun, Murphy, I swear.
You should have waited that extra
his
second.
eyeballs are going to pop out when I see him.
Oh, do you want to come on? Oh, I'm busy. Okay. Oh,
Vanessa
No,
is
just
right. Vanessa is right.
Yeah, I
The
think so
average
too.
temp of Earth is increasing. Embrace hot house Earth. Well, I noticed here in Sweden the climate here has been pretty weird. It doesn't feel that is normal. We on the summertime we get warmer and hotter summers, mostly over 30 degrees.
That's
Normal,
88 Fahrenheit.
yeah, and no on the summertime here are usually between 20 and 25 degrees, but
did you look?
last summer we were at 30, I believe 30 degrees, 33 degrees.
Did you look at the history during that day, those days, and see what the record high can be? Or if you're breaking record highs? Right? Because I always look at that too, because it's just like, it's one thing to break a record high for one day, but if you're breaking record highs day after day after day after day, right? That says something, right? Even here in Canada, back in July, during right after Canada Day during that week, up to 25% by land area of this country of Canada was affected by a heat warning. By area, 25% of the country. It stretched all the way from the Pacific all the way into like Eastern Canada. Like it just like I have a screenshot of that. It's like totally red. That's how long. That's how stretched this per se quote unquote heat dome was, and that lasted for like a good week, right?
Hey, Second Star, good to see you, buddy.
Stars in the house, Buzz.
It's always good to see Second Star.
You know, so that's why I'm expecting to see either the snow or the cold or both.
I'm hoping that Wayne and Lynn can come back, get one of them online. Well, Lynn is a communicator, so I guess get Lynn online here, so get a fellow Aussie in the same room.
Yeah.
So we can discuss real life in 2021 / coming 2022, and what all you guys can expect up north, depending on what Lynn has gone through here in the last year or so, and what all my wife.
Well, the weather is important, right, to remember too, right? Because like without the rains, we got no crops, right? We have to and stuff like that.
Second
Because
stuff,
and you need the winter snowpacks for the spring too, right? If it doesn't snow over the winter as much, it hurts the farmers, right? You don't get the ice melts for the springtime, right? So we need that, right? It needs the snow in the mountains. It needs the snow in the winter.
Yeah.
It needs to, right?
Yeah, it needs to.
It needs to, right? Or else it hurts the farmers. It hurts the people downstream, right? Because they don't get the runoff in the springtime, right? And that doesn't, like, even if you don't believe in global warming or whatever. Well, if the ice is melting faster in the mountains, and it's gone before, let's say it didn't used to melt until like May, and now it's all gone by like beginning of April. Well, it's all rushing downhill already into the ocean eventually.
Yeah.
It's just my opinion.
Yeah. I yeah, I agree.
Yeah, right. So I look at it like that.
And it turns out to be a problem when the snow melts on the mountain top of the mountains,
Very quickly
because
too.
it usually should be snow on the tops, mountain
Yeah,
tops. So
because
when the
that's like a
snow
reservoir of
disappear
water, right? That's
and
like
the
a reservoir of
glaciers,
water.
yeah, and the
Yeah.
glaciers melting, that is not good either.
hmm hmm Right. This is why, for anyone that deals with preparedness, this is should be concerned about that, because ultimately, it doesn't matter how much food we got. If the weather starts changing rapidly or unexpectedly, or you know, several years of drought, right? Your
Yeah,
supplies are not just going to dwindle down, right?
yeah,
Even if you have 34 years of food, right? Without that water, we're toast. There's no
yeah,
doubt about that. We're toast. No
yeah.
pun intended. No pun intended, but
Mhm.
right. But we're toast, right? Without it.
And I believe we will face a lot of more extreme weather patterns in the future. That is, if the global temperature are rising.
Yeah, we're reach beyond that, per se, quote unquote 1.5 Celsius
Yeah,
threshold, and say, right, stuff like that. You know, because you know even if you don't believe it or whatever, well, then do it for the future, your kids and stuff like that, right? They don't know how to deal with it, right?
yeah,
You got a child that's 5 right now. 20 years when they're adult, it'll be totally different probably than what we have right now.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I totally agree.
and stuff like that. Because especially with food prices going up too, right? It's just like I said earlier, if what happened this year happens again next year, it'll be so much worse, right? In my opinion, because like if food, let's say hypothetically
Yeah,
a pineapple is like $5 right now, you know, and our heat wave hits back out everywhere where things are growing, less water again. Can we really handle another year of the same thing? And hopefully not. Hopefully we'll get lucky. You know, I'm crossing my fingers, trying to be optimistic about it, but I'm planning for the worst because
Prepare
yeah,
for the worst.
right,
Hope
Murphy's
for the
law,
best.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
because if it comes back down to that again, right, and just like I don't know, right?
so that problem is for us preppers, will be we can't control the weather these extreme weather patterns, so when it's hard to prepare for,
It is, Rick. I mean, you could
because
only store up so much
you
water and food.
yeah, and you don't know if the next year will be a hot spring, hot summer, hot fall. uh,
Well, maybe not even hot. It could just be drier, right? You could just
yeah,
be unseasonally, like it has not rained the whole month, right? Or
yeah,
if you do get rain, it's like so little that it's like um the ground's dry already. So, oh, okay. Like for me, it hasn't. In my area right now, we've got very little precipitation right now.
yeah,
Like it has not rained or snowed in the last like maybe month.
yeah.
You know, so I'm expecting to hopefully see some snow. because like I keep saying, oh, it's in the forecast, then I check again like a day or half a day later. It's just like no, it's just cloudy. Oh, now that chance went down to like from 60% to 30, now to 0. Now it's just gonna be cloudy. Now the sun's gonna break out. So they keep delaying it, right? So because I'm like, oh, appeared to snow, appeared to rain. No, it's not coming. Keeps changing it now. Like even this morning, I was checking on it. It said, "Oh, we're supposed to get snow or rain on like later in the week." Nope. Now it just says cloudy.
Yeah.
So things are changing real fast.
And what I have noticed here in Sweden, if I compare it to now and when I was a kid, we never had. When I was a kid, we didn't have droughts here in Sweden. We didn't. But on the today, we have faced droughts here in Sweden as well, which is really unusual for us to have droughts here. So,
Well, just to add for you guys that don't know, here in Canada during this year, it got up to one place because actually the town burnt down in Winton, out west more, right? But it got up to 48 Celsius. That's what 118 Fahrenheit.
yeah,
I tell people that, and they're like, "What? It gets that hot in Canada?" Well, this place is closer to the U.S. Canadian-U.S. border, but yeah, and people just looking at me like, "What?" Right? You know?
Yeah, second star survival.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
Second
like
star
48
survival.
Celsius. Right?
Yeah, but second star
For
survival
you.
just mentioned something very important about flooding.
Yeah.
And that just reminded me when I was checking up on every piece of land that we were looking at, being up north in Queensland, which is flood prone, due to the climate up there, the subtropical, tropical climate. I'd always check all the flood maps, and that 100-year flood thing is useless because when I looked at the floods over the past decade or so, I've seen that there have been areas that have been flooded that have not been flooded in years, or that wouldn't get flooding like mentioned once in a X amount of decades, and then all of a sudden, bam, they've been flooded in the last. So
Yeah,
things
the
are
one in
changing.
century storm, the once in a lifetime thing, as they say.
Yeah. The big wave. Nah, that big wave is just a theory. That's rubbish.
Even for me here in this area, right? I remember back in, I think it was 2018, 2019, one of those 2 years, it got up to 35 Celsius, right? That's 95 Fahrenheit, right? We broke that record. It got beyond that this year during the heat wave, right? It actually became 36 almost, not quite 37, right? Right? It doesn't.
You're complaining about heat.
Yeah.
And you're not complaining about the bloody ice and snow, but you're complaining about heat.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Bloody Canadians.
I wasn't.
You guys are backwards, not us.
I don't have AC because I don't see the need for it, right? That's not as important as the heat here, right? Because no matter how hot it gets, it's not nowhere as bad as 6 months of cold, right? The cold's going to be more likely than the heat here, right? Even if the heat would only exist for maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, right? 3 at the most, right? But it's the cold in the winter here, it's not exist months, right?
Yeah.
Weeks and weeks, right? So, do I want a furnace or heater or a buddy heater or whatever, or an AC unit? I'm like, nah, heat, right? I sold an AC unit just because I didn't see the need for it, right? And stuff like that. I know some people per se need it, right? But I'm lucky enough I can get by without one. And that's just another expense anyways, right? The power that it runs during the summertime too, right? Especially if we're experiencing these fuel increases, more expensive to run for the electricity and stuff like that. Well, I'll probably extend into next summer too, right? I can't. Because in my opinion, I think we're going to be in this for a little bit longer than people realize. You know, I'm looking in the long term, not just like the next month, the rest of this month or the rest of the year, but next year too. Now, looking forward, and like planning ahead, right? You know, maybe like I said, not per se getting that new TV yet. I'll wait. I can wait on that. You know, the one I have is still good. It's good enough, right? Have my priorities set and stuff like that.
Yeah, Vanessa, it has been a lot of floodings this year. I agree. We
Yeah,
had
in China, in Germany,
yeah, and we had
some
flooding
places in the
even here in
U.S.
Sweden as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Really bad, actually. So
yeah. Some of them were really bad, right? Like, I know. I feel sorry for those people too, right? And just like because you know, and the thing is, they're like, oh well, it never floods here or whatever, right? Well, I'm more thinking lately. It's like you might as well plan for the worst, hope for the best, right? You know. Now I live up in a higher plateau, so the likelihood of flooding in this area is very low. It'd be local flooding in areas at best. I live too high, up high, so I'm good on that.
yeah,
But if you live down lower or closer to a body of water, well, maybe consider that it could the water level may rise high enough. You know, even just to like cover the ground in your place with water, right? Because you got to deal with that too.
Vanessa says we had 3 or 4 storms tropical and up cone across the state. That has never happened in my 60 years here. If that has never happened there on 60 years, well, it's something odd and something wrong with the weather and the climate. So,
See, ShadowScoutSwede honestly
yeah,
knows the trend. See, this is why I presented a long time ago, if you remember, right? If you did a VR for me, right? There's this climate weather tag video that I did, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So if anyone wants to jump on that, you know, do a VR on it, right? It's because it's like I have a list of questions dealing with the weather and climate. It's just so it's like a diary of the events, right? So we can see what people experience around the world, right?
yeah,
If that makes any sense. You know, people know, oh yeah, Canada, it's cold, but how cold, right? How cold does it get in this area? Well, there's a video on it, right? Because it was a real eye opener to see different parts and be like, oh, so maybe it's a little bit more likely, you know, if I go on vacation, let's say you came to North America, for example, right? You guys came to Canada or the U.S., right? You'd be like, oh, so it does get that cold, or it does get that hot, or it does rain that much. Just you know, especially if you're staying for like let's say longer than 2 weeks, right?
yeah.
maybe I'll bring a poncho. Maybe I'll bring some gloves or something, right? You know, that's like people that go on vacation and get stuck somewhere that has a hurricane randomly. I guess, right?
One
Some tropical
hurricane
storm.
make it to our coast once a generation, but since 2000, look at our hits from them. Incredible. And second says, I live in an unincorporated county, so all the info I could have had was destroyed when when they tore down the county post office and land mapping depot.
Yeah, that's in reference to the flood maps.
Yeah,
The state of Queensland in Australia did it on a state level, and
Yeah.
they put it online. I put the link there. So anyway, just you got to dig up some Queensland address, just chuck it in there. If you get the address, there are some quirks with it. It's like you put the address in, and then on some of the addresses you have to put a space and QLD, the acronym for Queensland. And sometimes it works without that. Sometimes I guess there are some bugs in the system as far as, but once you work it out, it just gave me such detailed flood maps based on all the data from the last, I don't know how many decades or years, whatever it was. And it did show the worst case scenario / that 100-year flood case, because Queensland being tropical / subtropical, flooding is an issue. And basically a very important piece of information that I was really interested in finding. Luckily, that state did something right, believe it or not. Even with the bugs in it, it's still right. So I wish that I could see that in every county / municipality / state on a state level or regional level, depending on where we are in the world, Europe, US, Canada, Australia, whatever that state type of entity is, that they could cover the whole state with it and do something like what Queensland did, because it's it's like it's like when I was searching up the differences between the CDC site on information about viruses and not viruses, drugs, and the TGA in Australia, which is equivalent to the CDC in many ways, almost always. But the differences in the site, the way they approach the actual information flow, I found that, let's say, that's on a national level, that is. But I found that, let's say, one state, the state of New South Wales here, which is where Sydney is, so that you get a bit of a picture on the map where it is for those who are not familiar with Australia, and up north from New South Wales, which is banana bending territory, tropical, subtropical, the difference in the flow of information is like the antonyms. In Queensland, on the flood mapping, everything's there. New South Wales, you just can't get to it. It's like, sorry, you can't find it.
See, this is why we gotta, make sure we keep tabs and keep this information going for people later on beyond us too, right? So they know, it'd be like, hey, it used to not be like this before. Or, you're breaking a record high, the first time breaking a record high on this day for the first time in 120 years. Well, that's something to be said.
Like I said, there's an example of how it can be done, and if anybody out there wishes to pick on some of the representatives / politicians, supposed representatives, to get them to do their job and to push for something to be done right, there's an example of how it can be done very well. I won't say perfectly, but very well.
Well, trying to come back to what I was talking about on how to cut costs and stuff like that. Well, something that's easy if it's applicable and if you can do it for your own area, right? If it's legal, rain catchment, right? Because imagine people, their water bill, how expensive that is, right? If everything gets more dry or wet or whatever, right? The cost of using water is just going to skyrocket because you'll just need more of it, right? And to water, not just to do regular stuff like bathing and drinking stuff like that, but to water plants and stuff like that too. Flush the toilet or take a shower or take a bath, right? Wash clothes and stuff like that. Where something as simple as rain catchment may help cut a little bit of that $100 bill for the month to maybe hopefully down to 50 or 60 instead. So you can use that $40 to buy food instead, right? Get our stuff instead. If that makes any sense. Because for me, I realized that I need way more water catchment.
Yeah.
Way more water catchment. Because that extended time during during the heat dome here in Canada,
Yeah.
definitely needed way more. luckily the grid's all was up and all this stuff, but what happens if the grid was down during that time? It would have been like way worse, right? So, because usually, if it, let's say if it rains, like one good night or day of rain, I'm good, right? For a bit, right? I can make that go for a while, but for like a week or so, right? Even 9 days for plants and stuff like that. But if it doesn't rain in between, well, I'd be screwed. At least on that part. I'm drinking water, but the rainwater usually tends to be for the plants and stuff like that.
Hey, Stuart. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Stuart.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's Stuart from Stuart's Prepping.
Oh, okay. Okay, I know about that. I forget who said. I forget who said that. What can we do right now? Well, maybe it's trying to find more ways to do water catchment for the spring and summer again, for the upcoming 2022 season, stuff like that. I'm looking for new containers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I want to invest. Eventually get one of those IBC tolls. That's 250 gallons, because that would definitely supplement the water better for me. And create that buffer zone, right? So if there's less water or a drought scenario for a little bit, it'd buffer it elf for me a little bit more. I wouldn't have to ration as much, and stuff like that.
Oh, rationing. That's a key word right there.
Yeah.
I'm now looking at my kids, now teenage girls, right? In particular, they're growing. They're at that age where food is being
Sorry, Stuart.
consumed.
Okay. Yeah.
And I've mentioned to them how, unfortunately, we have to start thinking about and getting familiar with the idea of ration, which to me is normal.
Like water? You mean water?
Welcome, Roger.
Water and, well, with the coming times, I'd say water and food. Looking at calories and all that. But then I'm thinking to myself, heck, I have to go back to my teenage years and understand that there's a lifetime of experience in between and experiences on an individual. So it's like, how do I get the children to comprehend the idea of rationing? Because we've never, ever held back.
That day zero for water, right? There's videos out there, and it happens in your country too, right? That day zero, right? For water and stuff like that, right?
Well, look, adults, we understand. Well, we understand. Many of us understand. Yeah, well, everybody understands what the word means as far as the dictionary meaning goes, but as far as experiencing actual rationing is something that's obviously based on life experiences. So there's no need to pick on anybody that doesn't know what it means in reality, because luckily they haven't had the misfortune to experience it, to go through it, whether it be for a day or for a week or for a month or whatever period of time, or heaven forbid 3.5 or 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and now I'm looking at teenage daughters who are, I could have a whole rant about this big V topic.
How
it's affecting them. Yeah. But yep. And the food. It's like we've had an abundance of food, although we may not think that is the case, but everybody in Western countries has had an abundance of food.
You compare it to places in Africa, third world countries, and places where it's just like you're walking like 6 kilometers, or that's about 4 miles to get water, just for drinking purposes.
Yep.
That's why it's just like I'm so grateful here in Canada, our abundance of per se water, rivers and lakes, right?
Yeah, but rationing your rations, rationing your preps, your food preps. There,
yeah.
Again, I'm talking as a father of 4, but a father of 3 who are still under 18. and basically it's like I'm seeing now firsthand, like, oh, how do I communicate to them? How do I get them to comprehend, not understand through experience, but comprehend that this may be something that will be a norm? And I'm finding it hard to relay
show
that.
them that it happens in our places.
Teens, man, teens. You're not a teen. I'm not a teen. We've been through that. We've done that. I'm not saying that we can't. I'm finding it hard to find a way for them.
Relate it to them, right? So they can understand.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what experience comes through, right? Where, sometimes the best experience is to learn it firsthand.
Not best.
Wow.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but again.
Yeah, saying is just talk, right? Talk's cheap.
Yeah. Again, I'm just like I'm saying, I've got the old man syndrome where I don't know how to find that common denominator, as I like to refer to it, to make sure the message gets across and that it's understood and accepted. So remember, teens, and accepted.
Yeah, key 2 words right there. 2 words. Well,
Marion has to feed her eldest child. Us men, we don't know how good we got it. A lot.
Oh, Jack.
You're
funny today. You're funny today. You're funny today. Man.
It's morning hours, man. Morning hours, I'm telling you. In the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Don't expect me to be all too serious in the mornings. Where's Homestead Oz? Where did they disappear to? Wayne, Lynn, come on. Hop back in.
I believe they got a phone call.
They're probably still on the phone. They could be still lurking in the back and listening. So, you know how sometimes that goes. You're on the phone for a bit, but you can still listen, or you have.
Well, it seems Homestead Oz
no,
on track again.
Come on, hop online, hop into the chat, into the live stream.
You mean jump on the panel?
We can have two people from the northern hemisphere and 2 people from the southern hemisphere online, live. But again, like I said, Lynn's been here. Wayne and Lynn have been literally physically here the whole time during this last, I'll say, 2-year period. And they've gone through all the BS that's been happening in Australia. I've been looking at it from a bird's eye view and also with direct contact and feedback thanks to my wife and kids who are physically here in different states, by the way. So they're in the state of Victoria, where my wife, we're in the state of, I keep wanting to say they, but I'm here now, are in New South Wales. So it's like there's a wealth of experience and knowledge there that can be relayed to everybody in, I'll say, in the New World nations like Canada and America in particular, but also to Western Europeans, as to you guys to start not just looking and saying, oh, this is going to happen, but actually get it firsthand and realize, oh, this is what can be done.
Taste of it, right?
And I'm not talking about just activism as far as trying to change things, but as far as prepping goes.
Okay.
Yeah, BS.
Well, I guess
Lynn, that's the only word I can use for it is BS. I mean, how else do I describe it apart from BS? BS meaning what the governments are doing, etc.
It's just like this kind of what they say. Sometimes it's like get a sense of it, like you go without power over the weekend, or or it's like when you're trying to ration water when you're out camping and stuff like that. And stuff like that, and just getting a sense of having less for a little bit. Because I guess when you have less for a little bit, it makes you appreciate the stuff you do have. especially when you don't have it, right? I bet you everyone in Texas probably appreciated that heat, that heat when it came back. Having a furnace and stuff like that, and being warm. I know I appreciate the heat, especially in the winter, or having clothing and stuff like that, right? Access to it too, right? Not even access to like wool, stuff like that, right?
Well,
Water and stuff like that.
yeah. But just touching on something, which I mentioned earlier about the price hikes on land, and the reason, or some of the reasons for it being the used car salesmen of modern day and age, aka the real estate agents, right? Scumbags. That's it. That's my personal opinion. In my opinion, real estate agents have outdone used car dealers of the past as far as being scumbags goes. Okay? First-hand experience, and that's why I have come to that conclusion. Now, with the prices rising for rural or semi-rural, should I say, land out there, where you can build a home and permanent dwelling, and also have it for your chicken or two, to be polite, and your own garden, etc., right? And not have the government breathing down your neck for a rooster doing his cock-a-doodle-doo in the mornings. That's something that's going on right here in Australia right now. And you guys can expect it to happen up north tenfold over to what has been happening in the last 12 months. I can guarantee it, because I've seen it, having been hunting for land and house for the last 4, 5, 6 years, whatever, and going through some things and so on and so on. I can tell you right now that you guys are going to have it 10 times worse than what we had it, because the real estate agents in Australia are no different to the real estate agents up your way. They see an opportunity, they grab it, they will abuse it, they will collude with middlemen, with buyers, because they themselves can't buy it legally, because they're putting themselves at an advantage which is above, which as far as market rules, laws governing the market. But middlemen who are not related directly to the actual company of the real estate agent can purchase it. And that's the loophole that they're using. Too often, they have their little satellites out there who do the dirty work to pump the prices up. So, that's just one thing that everybody needs to keep in mind when it comes to stuff like that as well. If you want to make the move, I'm not saying make it today or yesterday, but beware of what's happening with the prices.
Don't wait too long, as they say, right?
Celtic Prepper.
Don't wait till tomorrow.
On Celtic Prepper's note there, the 1 meal a day with snacks.
I thought that said 2.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no! Sorry, that's instead. I was saying that 2 meals a day.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've in the last few years I've tried a number of things, and it was easy because I was alone in a big house in the middle of a foreign country. So it was easy for me to do that. But in a real life situation with a family, I dare say that I wouldn't be able to do that as easily, nowhere near as easily. So
Well, about this 2 meals and 1 meal a day. Well, I wonder, has anyone tried that, but increase the amount of activity that they do? Right. Let's say, for example, something did happen, whatever it is, right? And you got to work harder, but you have less food. Right, you're gonna, let's say, do like a lot of work during the day, 1 meal only, 1 or 2 meals only, right? Because we might be doing this to practice now, but we're just doing our normal activities, right? What happens if our activity level increases, or has to increase, right? Where we're doing more manual labor later on, right? We gotta fetch more water, we gotta tend to fields, we gotta walk or bike, right? Because can't afford gas or petrol to take our car or vehicles around.
Yeah.
So stuff like that.
See, Lynn just mentioned something that's kind of funny but very true, about smell of food. But let's say I'm a walking food disposal system, meaning I open the fridge, I see scraps left over. Yeah, I see bits and pieces of
I
lunch,
struggle
dinner,
with
and all
people
that.
talking about it.
Yeah, well, anyway,
struggle with
all I'm
people
saying is I
talking
open
about
the
it.
fridge.
Yeah.
Open the fridge. I see scraps, leftovers from yesterday. Well, leftovers, stuff put in the fridge from yesterday or the day before. It's like, oh, I'm one of those people like, oh, let's not let that go to waste. I'll eat that instead. So, blah, blah. But a lot of times I have to remember that we're getting to a phase now as far as economy goes, right? Not to touch on other topics, where those scraps could be used to make a family meal. So I have to change my habits as well from being the guy that raised the fridge for all the scraps. I say scraps, they're not scraps, but you know what I mean, the leftovers.
Yeah. Let's say leftover chicken, right? For example, and the next day
that
you
could be
decide to make
used.
it into a soup.
All of that can be used for a family meal if combined together and repurposed or cooked into, you know what I mean? So our habits need to change.
Yeah.
But the smell of food, that's very hard to resist sometimes, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Oh, and we had 3 days of homemade, home-cooked baked beans. Mates, was it rumbling around here?
My stomach's rumbling around here now.
Oh, there was a lot of rumbling in more ways than one, but it was interesting.
Yeah, it is because of all this talking about food. See, I always get hungry when we talk about food.
This is why I had to talk about the cold and the weather first. I was trying to stay off this topic. You guys didn't get the memo. Oh wait, I should have wrote it in private chat. No, but yeah, Vanessa Kitty's right. Food is important though. Don't get me wrong. I just joke around about it for fun, but it is important. But I do get hungry when you guys talk about it though.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm being honest.
Yeah, we got one dog. She's still a pup. She's in 9 months. I just saying it again. About 9 months, 10 months, thereabouts, give or take a few days. And yeah, she's getting to that naughty phase now. Yeah, the dog's gonna have to share its food with me sometimes when it comes to scraps. Yeah. Not scraps, but leftovers. Scraps is the wrong word, but I always say that as a joke.
I use the word scraps too. That's because it has CR in it too. So we just, but yeah, leftovers.
Chicken skin. Ooh. Broth. So cool. Okay, that's excellent. I make.
Oh yeah, boil up the bones for broth.
Out of chicken skin, boil the bones for broth. Use.
Well, you can get the marrow out, right, and stuff too, right? Try to get the marrow out.
Donna, and that's where a dog comes in handy as well because there's no waste. I know some people say you shouldn't give chicken bones to a dog, blah blah. Yeah, right, whatever. I've seen our dog up in Europe used to eat birds. Come on, I mean, eats a pigeon easily, on its own.
Donna says she used every part of the chicken.
That's good. Well, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, Homestead Oz. She's a mix between. She's 3 parts. Hang on a second. My mind's gone. Border Collie and 1 part Aussie Cattle Dog. So yeah, she's got it in her to whenever anything is around our fence, our whatever. Definitely, she makes it known that something's there, or even a bird in the yard. Sometimes she protects her territory big time. And the nipping factor, as far as the cattle dog, she had that nipping habit, but when I got home, I think I've knocked it out of her. I don't mean that in literally, I mean got it out of her. Man, you gotta watch what you say nowadays. But I'll go back here.
Yeah, one of my pet peeves is wasting food.
Desert thing. That's the one. Desert. Yeah.
That's one of my pet peeves. Well, and waste in general, right? Because Because waste is a wasteful of the resource, whatever it is, right? Right. I'd rather put it to good use or consume it, or right, because if it just goes and does nothing, then it's just a waste, right? It's just like, for example, like wasting like half a steak, for example, right? No,
Yeah.
please don't do that. Please don't do that, right? Because not only is
Now,
it a
no,
waste of half a steak that someone can have or whatever, that's all the water, all the energy that went into it in the first place, too, right? Basically, it just went down the drain, right? You know, cash in the trash, as they say, right? I don't like that, you know. That's one thing about society right now. We're so wasteful at times. Not everyone, don't get me wrong, but we're not all. What's the word? That what's that word? Not equal minimalism. Well, we're not all. Well, you know what I mean. I can't think of the word right now, but you know what I mean. I just like it always annoys me when I see people waste food and stuff like that. So much, you know. That's why I'm a big proponent of not wasting stuff as much as possible, right? It's like if you have to hunt, you try to use all the part of what you're hunting, right? Stuff like that. Because in nature doesn't waste stuff per se, right? There's always scavengers that come on the backside and stuff like that, right? Where the carcass becomes like down to the bones, right? And then after that, some like for example, like a hyena or something will even bite the bones for the marrow, right? So I'm a big proponent of not trying to waste stuff as much as possible, right? As much as possible. Because it might come back down to that again, right? Where you can't be wasting, right? It'd be a big no-no, right? Yeah. When you're paying for $20 for a steak, I don't think you want to be wasting it, right?
Thanks, Harvey.
Harvey's on the ball. Dang, Harvey's like the best mod ever, I swear. Did I just say that? Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, wait, get to your head, Harvey. Well, you are pretty good. Harvey's a pretty good mod.
Yeah, he is.
He's awesome. He's on the ball. Okay. Just had to read what Jack said there. But you know what I mean? ShadowScoutSwede, I'm just like this kind of like wasteful society at times, right? Or throwing away good stuff still at that time. Whatever
Yeah.
it is, right? I know I'm mentioning it as food, but there's other things too. Right? And I see that too, right? It's one thing if you drop it or whatever, okay, but if you're not, let's say if you're full, right? Let's say, well, then wait a half an hour and finish it off a half an hour later. Then, right? Don't just be like, oh, I'm done eating, and throw half a steak away. That's way too wasteful. I don't like that. I frown upon seeing that and stuff like that. It's just like why I like when people like make soups or stews from bone. Well, broth from bones and stuff like that, right? Because you're using every single part.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
And you should use every part.
Yeah, and you're a vegetarian, so and you still agree with it too, right? It's like even with vegetables too, right? Don't waste the vegetables, right? Here, it's the water. The water.
I try to use as much as I can from.
Oh,
You know, I'm not saying you're gonna be so nitpicky. It's like, oh, don't waste that one kernel of core. I'm saying in terms of generally
well,
make
here's
less,
something.
make less if you're not that hungry, right? Or have a smaller portion size, right? But don't make all this food and then have half of it go to waste, right? Because it's no good for your wallet, the money that you're spending on it, the environment, and all this stuff, right? It's no good because it's just a total waste, right? You know what I mean? And that makes any sense.
Swede. Remember?
That's my 2 cents.
Oh, Swede.
That's my 2 cents on it.
Sorry, Shadow.
Yeah.
Swede's a whole different category. All right. Sorry. Just I use a term which, yeah, whatever. Shadow. Can't go wrong with that. Remember when we discussed the pricing of mailing stuff from Sweden to Australia? Remember when I looked at you gave me a link to a company up north your way. And
Helicon Tech's.
Excellent products by far. They look excellent. You've recommended them, so I have no reason to doubt the quality of the products. But unfortunately, the actual mailing costs to Australia were just nuts. I mean, they were just out of this world.
Yeah, I believe you showed me a picture.
Yeah, I sent you the screenshot. That's right. Something like
screenshot.
that. And I was like, wow. But at the same time, the same problem exists with the US to Australia. And let's say, concretely speaking, just last week, my wife and I were looking at a canner, right?
Yeah.
And we were looking at an Australian distributor here, Ozfarm or whatever it's called, .com, I forget now. But and it's about $300 Australian.
Yeah.
Right? For I forget now, 23 quart. Yeah, 23 quart. That's US standard. Canner. I forgot the name of the brand now. Whatever. Presta. There. My better half's.
I'll be right back, by the way. I'll be right back, guys.
Sure. And I was looking at the prices in the US, right?
Yeah.
Especially with all the discounts and online options that are there to get like 20% discount, 10% discount, whatever, and so on and so on. And knowing the costs of shipping stuff from the US to Australia, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
Just like from Europe to Australia. That's one of the marvels of living in Australia. Everything's expensive when it comes to international postage.
Yeah.
But it is a lot cheaper to buy in the US with free shipping to a US address, for example, and have it then posted from the US to Australia, especially if there's more items included in that package. Yes, it goes by weight and size and blah, blah, blah. But let's say with a canner, you could put stuff into the canner. And yes, it is expensive, but it still works out a hell of a lot cheaper than to buy it in Australia because of the import and blah, blah, blah. But the law in Australia is the following. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's $1,000 Australian rule, which is about, give or take, about $800 US or about 750 euro. Again, give or take, depending on exchanges. The underground marketing that was mentioned by Homestead Oz could possibly serve Australians for items from, let's say, the USA or Canada, but mostly the USA, on canning equipment.
Yeah,
it's not cheap, but to save $100, $200 in the total, that's a hell of a lot of Australian. $100, $200, that's a hell of a lot of money. And considering that there aren't many people in Australia who are preppers, quotation marks, many, see, that could be something to look into, where we could get some sort of support from buddies or mates, whatever, friends in the USA, preppers in the USA, helping out us preppers in Australia, which is site specific. Obviously, this is a very specific topic or means, but that type of underground market, black market, whatever you want to call it, mates helping mates out, could be set up to work in many ways internationally as well. Because I'm sure that, let's say, for example, canning items, I haven't looked into it, but I'm sure that if you do look into it, you'll maybe find that maybe in Europe, it's the same situation as with Australia, where you're paying, I don't know, 200-300 euros for a product that costs $100 in the US.
Yeah.
See my point? So
Yeah.
maybe we'll start looking into some of these things and start seeing whom we can work with. And I'm sure that there are some things from Europe or from Australia that could work both. It could work both ways.
Yeah.
You see my point?
Yeah, I see your point.
Just putting the pieces of the puzzle here together to look at a potential solution to something that is an issue to all of us in some ways, because a lot of European products or some Australian products in the US, people in the US are paying double the price for it. Like, what the heck is that all about? And it works both ways, obviously. Same thing with Europe. You know?
Yeah.
And even with the postage costs being so high, again, it depends what's in that package, in that box. If you're putting, items which are only available, which are dirt cheap in Europe, and you put them in the box, and you pay €100 or whatever, whatever it may cost, €80 to ship it to Australia. But if you're getting 800, 900, $1,000 worth of goods in there, you've saved at least $300-400. You see what I'm? And same thing when something's coming from the States to Europe, or from Australia to Europe, and so on and so on, vice versa, and so on. You get it? We could.
Yeah.
I'm talking about saving money, but I'm also talking about establishing a supply chain for items which are not readily available in Europe or Australia and are readily available in the US. Canning, but possibly other items such as the German-made military clothing, which is high-end, but it's so damn expensive in the US and Australia, and so on. You see what I'm saying? It works, yeah. And there's enough of us preppers in all three continents, North America, Europe, and Australia, to get something like that organized, because it wouldn't be by the truckload or boatload. It'd be only certain packages, maybe once a month. I don't know. It's just an idea that we could look into.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sad Ozzy's leaving.
The problem I have noticed, I would like to have a pressure canner, but here in Sweden you can only get those pressure cookers, and it's the difference between a pressure cooker and a pressure canner, because a pressure canner is made for canning. And I noticed that I can't find any pressure canner here in Sweden. In that, I can find in US, but in that case, I have to pay $300-400 for it.
Exchange rate, to ship it over, and all this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You might as well turn it to like 400, 500 at that rate.
Yeah, but there are discounts. There are discounts available to US citizens.
Yeah.
On certain products via certain websites. So a 20-30% or whatever, I'll just say 10% or 20% saving makes a huge difference in that. But you can't get it as a foreign. I experienced that with T-shirts that I purchased, which again was something that specific to me. Sophie T-shirts, nothing. No other T-shirt. I don't feel comfortable in any other T-shirt apart from those. I don't know. I guess I'm weird in that way. But years of wearing those T-shirts and now all of a sudden not wearing them, it was like, oof, I was willing to pay almost any. But I found that by a US citizen buying them, getting a 20% discount, and then me paying the postage, it worked out cheaper than me ordering them via Amazon and getting them shipped to Australia. You see my point?
Yeah.
And I knew I was getting the right product because a mate was taking care of it who was a US citizen. So there's no dodgy middleman on Amazon who may be selling a fake product, a rip-off product, what's it called, a knockoff.
Yeah, knockoff, rip-off.
Yeah. And canning is a very, very, that's probably the biggest problem for anyone that's outside of the US is getting products for canning. Dry
Mhm.
canning is only good to a certain point, but that canning process is excellent.
Or water canning.
You don't need. The thing is, you don't need preservatives. You don't need to buy preservatives to add in there. Unlike, let's say, dry canning and stuff like, where for certain foods you do have to do that, and you still don't get the same length of.
Or salting.
It's better. Well, that's a whole different ballgame. But yeah,
But,
you get my
yeah,
point.
Yeah.
Putting stuff in jars doesn't.
Yeah, as is, right? And
Yep.
you can extend the shelf life on it for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You know, and stretch that food that you can get a little bit longer, right?
Yep.
Which all makes sense too, right? From a preparedness standpoint and from an environmental standpoint, because you're not wasting food. You're not wasting food. You're stocking up on food, right? And stuff like that. Especially if it's grown locally too, right? The supply chain is shorter too, right? Especially if the supply chain's just right outside your door.
Yeah, I'm not picking on the resellers in Australia or the representatives in Australia. I'm sure that they import the items via the pallet load, I presume.
Yeah,
And
you probably get it in bulk, right? Obviously, you know.
yeah, but they also have to pay taxes and custom fees, and they also have to pay everything and pay the
and stuff
staff.
like
And
that gets passed
I'm
on
not
to
picking on them.
the consumer, right?
Exactly.
The cost,
I'm not knocking them as far as their pricing goes. In fact, I think that their pricing is fairly legit, considering taking all things into consideration. But we are
like a 10% increase, a 10% more, or whatever. That's reasonable, right? 50, 100%. That's maybe a lot more.
Yeah, even 200%.
You know, it's not right. There's a big difference between just making a little bit of profit to price gouging, right?
Yeah, but I'm not saying I'm not saying that they're pocketing the difference. In price. That's I'm not being nasty and saying, look at them, they're just making $1 million off of us preppers. No, they're not. I am being realistic about that. I don't wish to come across like a cheapskate who wants to, who's envious of some middleman or some company that's going the extra mile to offer a product in Australia, for example. Or in Shadow, your case, there's no bloody representative selling it up your way. You don't have anybody selling it up there, do you? The canning items.
Well, you can, but it's only water and water canning. But that is a problem with water canning. You don't get that high temperature in the jars when you.
And you can only do that with certain things, right?
You need a pressure canner.
You can't do that with meats and stuff like that.
No,
nope.
You can do that with like jams, fruits, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you want to can fish or something like that, you need a pressure canner for that.
100%.
Because you don't want to risk to have botulism in your jars.
Yeah, that's not the way to go.
So the only way to be sure to get rid of these bacteria is pressure canning.
Mm-hmm.
Be right back.
All right.
Yeah. CR, I'm going to the bathroom break.
Okay. I guess I'm taking over the stream, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm taking over.
Keep the stream rolling, buddy.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep talking. Anyways, I was just reading what Donna's been saying to me. I appreciate that all this input from you, Donna. Just seeing what you said. Put a Ziploc bag in the freezer, save onion, garlic skins, carrots, peels, etc. Add them into soups, broth, and stuff like that. Okay. Even I guess any of the excess stuff that you don't consume from that, I guess you could compost that back, recover the resource back into the local gardens and stuff like that. Back into the soil and stuff like that. That way you have those nutrients and elements back in the soil. So when have a circular type of thing going, and yes, that has CR in it too. Just saying. You're back already? I barely even said like a sentence.
Well, I'm fast.
You must be. It must be around the corner because every time you go, it's like you're back before I even finish like saying something. I didn't even finish saying anything, and he's already back. I was just saying how I appreciate Donna's input. Just reading what she
No,
wrote
I
and
try
stuff like
to
that.
be pretty. I try to be quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Do you have pressure canners there? No, I don't have. I can. I try to find a pressure canner here in Sweden, but you can't. I can't find them. It's only if you search for pressure canners here in Sweden. I get up pressure cookers, and their pressure cookers are not made for pressure canning.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And some of these models says you can in them, but they are not made for it. So I if I want a pressure canner, I need to order one from
Yeah, you would.
USA
Yeah,
or
you would have to import it in.
yeah, I have to import it. And I think it's a little bit of a sad thing that something you really need you can't get here.
Hmm.
So you need to, or if you want some special thing like a pressure canner, you have to order it from US. But in that case, I have to pay at least $350 for a pressure canner, and then you have the shipping on cost on that top of that, and probably some custom fee on top of that as well.
Yeah, to
So
import it in, and the time it takes to receive it too, right? And we know
yeah,
how long things are taking to ship over everywhere, go anywhere, anyways. Mm-hmm.
so that is the sad thing, and I really would like to have a pressure canner, but that you can put on the stove.
Mm-hmm.
There are electrical pressure canners and those who are not, that you put just on the stove and use it that way.
I do that too, Donna, about the eggshells. Yeah, that's a good source of calcium. It takes a little bit of time to break something like that down because it's a mineral, but also that takes a lot longer compared to like banana peel or orange peel or something like that. Within time, it will break back down in the ground, especially if you increase the surface area. It's just like fire. If you increase the surface area, it consumes it faster, or it can be consumed faster.
Yeah.
Would you say there, Osliner? Your wife
Yeah.
blends them and uses them in as the powder.
Yep,
Eggshells.
eggshells.
The eggshell. Yeah, that's
Dries them. She dries them
yeah,
up, and
Yeah,
because
that's a good thing
yeah,
too, right?
we're buying fruits, yeah,
Yeah.
and getting some fruits from friends and so on. Like we got 2 pomegranate, believe this or not, 2 pomegranate trees, plants, whatever, from a bloke that brought them from the Mediterranean region back 30, 40 years ago, and he planted them and they're growing, and the seeds are different, but the taste is a lot better than the pomegranates we've eaten in Australia, from Australia. I don't know why, I don't know how, but from this particular tree, they taste like the European pomegranates, which are really intense in flavour, and yeah, it's just way different. a different species of pomegranate, I guess. I don't know. But we managed to get 2 of them by people we know. And now, for example, because we're renting out a house here, this is not our planned permanent residence. We're going to have to move them up north with us. So she's looking after the pot plants in a way that has to be done like you're living in a bloody, I don't know, flat or units with, with plants out on the balcony. That's what it feels like somehow. But we're preparing, we're slowly accumulating the plants that we want and the trees that we want, the fruit trees. And she has to resort to these types of things, improvising, because you can, but we don't want to use the chemical-based stuff, because we know that if we get the plants, the trees, use the chemical stuff, when the time comes that it's not available.
No, I'm talking.
Fertilizer. Yeah, fertilizer. Exactly.
You are talking about fertilizer.
Yes, correct. Well, the reason she's doing that, again, long-term thinking here, just to get the message across. Who's to say that in 2 or 3 years' time, us people that are not allowed into restaurants along with dogs, that we may not be allowed into the stores with the chemical-based fertilizers, and we're realizing that could happen, probably will happen, based on what we're seeing. So we need to get the plants accustomed to natural fertilizers, such as eggshells and
natural sources of NPK, right? Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong, we're all spoiled little brats when it comes to hopping down to the local hardware store or whatever. We call it Bunnings here, but I forget the name of the store in the States. Yeah, the big store in the States.
I know that too.
Yeah, so we're all spoiled little brats when it comes to that. You need something, you go there and you pick it up and you buy it, and so on and so on. But the truth of the fact is that we're heading into a situation where exactly, but we're heading into that situation.
Or it's not available, right? That's another thing, right?
Yeah, and if you,
how do we know that fertilizer or liquid fertilizer won't just increase in price anyways? Because if fuel prices is going up, they're not have to pass the price down to the consumer, right? So let's say you pay $10 for this fertilizer, now it's 15. Right?
The point I was trying to stress is plants, trees, etc. If you get them used to something it's just like with anything really. If you get something accustomed to a certain type of fertilizer or weed killer, blah 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 blah, and then you introduce something new which they're not used to, guess what happens? They often reject it, and I won't say die. Well, it gets rejected, and the result is negative. It could result in the fruit tree dying. So we don't want that to happen, and we're well aware that we're getting to the stage where
trying to ration water, right? And water is
everything. But I'm being realistic. We won't have the ability to get to what we have today, still available for the time being. So if we're gonna start growing fruit trees from scratch, from a pot plant, and get it into Mother Nature, into our backyard, so to say, we want it to have everything that it had the whole time, and for it to keep growing and not go through that shock of a huge change in what it's being fed. See my point? And again, thinking long term here, because call me a realist. I might sound like I've got no emotions sometimes, but the realism is there. It's like, it's there. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to yell and scream about it. You face it, you overcome it. You have to improvise to overcome it, and that's it. If that means going back to certain things that are not necessarily the norm of today, such as not going to the shops and buying the super quality, high-end fertilizer or weed killer or whatever the hell you're buying to take care of your garden, well, guess what? Get used to it, because you're going to have to choose between not being able to do that or using your own stuff, and start now rather than when it's too late,
Or simply because the prices increase so much
that too. Yes,
you
that's
only get one
definitely
thing of it instead of what your
exactly.
Food, right?
Exactly.
right? And then
Oh.
you have to choose, right? Food or fertilizer. It's like, well, what's more important, right?
Exactly. And yet you have the ability to repurpose what you have on hand, to make it into fertilizer.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it just makes sense because in terms of preparedness, right, it's like it's something you have per se on hand, and environmentally, well, it's good too because it's not going to a landfill. It's not making methane out there for us that we don't need more of, right, and stuff like that. So to me, it just makes sense to do it, right? It's not even that difficult too, right? With food scraps and like peels or something like that, you could just easily just dig and drop it in if you
Harvey
really wanted
Black,
to.
Harvey, on your notes about Dorsey, I know that everybody may have their own opinion. I think he's being rejected by the big boys. The big money is rejecting him in so many ways, but he's still pushing. I'm not saying I like him. Heck no. I'm just saying I think that he's being left out of the loop in so many ways. Because look at what Facebook has just done recently implemented. Miles ahead of the game as far as digital currency goes, and virtual online, super over controlled dystopian type of lifestyle. As far as the monetary system goes and procurement goes, shopping, whatever you want to call it. And Dorsey is definitely being left out of loop on a lot of that stuff. So that spoiled little brat, to be nice. He's now crying, but he's crying because he's not one of the big boys. He wasn't accepted into that, into the club. Although he thinks he can get away with what he thinks he's at the top, but just look at what's happening. Look at his competitors, including Google as well. So when Dorsey says something, he might now be singing and dancing to that song, that tune, but his reasons aren't because he cares. It's because he sees that he won't have a piece of that pie, whereas bigger piece of pie is what he had hoped for. Yeah, Jack Dorsey, little brat. There, I'll just be nice about it. Spoiled little brat. Poor kid turned rich kid and started behaving like he was important, better than others. Had to get out of my system as soon as I saw that name.
Okay.
Yeah, just yeah. So take whatever he says with a grain of salt. Oh, definitely. Because tomorrow, if he gets I can bet any money if he gets accepted into the big boys club again. Well, if he pushes his way in there, or if he gets accepted, he'll be the same little brat that he was up until recently. Even worse, probably, because he'd be full of himself, thinking, look, I managed to accomplish my goal. I'm important. I'm better than others.
Donna says Jadam organic farming tells you how to make and fertilize anything natural. That sounds like a good book.
We'll have
Yes, Donna, we understand you meant soil, not soul. I kind of got the understanding of that. I read between the words.
Naturally, don't fertilize. I feed the soil and the worm castings and microbes, etc. Pretty much take care of everything and compost what you can: sticks, leaves, cardboard.
Yeah, feed the soil,
she has
feed
a
the
point
plants.
there.
As my friend says, right? Feed the soil to feed the plants.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, she has a point there. I heard about that. Those who use worms and microbes, they get pretty good harvest on their crops.
Yeah, what's that fungal called? Mycelium? Yeah, mycelium. It's like a white thing you see in the soil. When you see that, that's actually a good thing.
On that note, Yeah, on that note, we've purchased a wood chipper already. Nice. Well, it's a generic brand. It's not, but the engine is a good old Briggs and Stratton, 13 horsepower. So it's not the weakest, but it's not the biggest either. But it's practical brown. Let's put it this way: you can hook it up to the back of a ute/truck with the tow hitch, which it has, and just drag it to where you want, whatever, get it to, from point A to point B. Rather than
that's another thing too, right? Something like mulch is very useful too.
Mm-hmm.
I will remember that, Donna.
I know for me over the summer, the mulch totally helped my tomato plants. Totally.
That's down.
Yep.
During the heat wave here, the mulch totally helped.
Another thing I'm going to look into is getting. I've got two little chainsaws, well, two chainsaws, but getting spares, not just spare parts, but it's cheaper to buy second-hand chainsaws out there and new chains, of course, replacement chains. To having the preps than to actually go out and buy the actual parts themselves as preps.
Yeah, this reminds me of this one year I actually got this bow saw for like $2. I just like, it cuts well. It's a name brand too, right? I was just like, obviously it's used, obviously, but I was just like, well.
I'm a big steel supporter.
It's a Baco, actually.
A what?
It's a Baco.
Baco?
Yes.
Never heard of it.
Well, people are used to the folding saw. Well, I have a bow saw version of it. So I was just like, I
know Husqvarna is a good brand name.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, but it's more of a case of.
But for like $2 for a bow saw, I'm just like, and a brand name too. It's better than anything I'd get at a dollar store, or probably at a thrift store or a flea market. That's yeah. Take my $2. You know.
And here's a thing. I'll just say it. Who cares? On that Wish app for purchasing stuff from China, direct from China, or sort of direct from China. I purchased one of those foot cocking or whatever the hell the right term is. I don't know what the right term is. The slingshots, which are foot cocking, they're about let's see, 2.5 foot, 3 foot. No, not 3 foot, just under 3 foot long as far as the actual, extension of the bloody rubber goes. But you have to cock it with your foot. That's how strong they are. So, but I bought that to actually to trace over.
Not a winch, but I'm trying to remember that system.
It's like a huge slingshot. Put it up. It is a slingshot, but it's a huge.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason I bought that, and I bought some spare parts as far as the triggers go, three spare triggers as well, because I don't see myself making those, to be honest. But as far as the front end of it goes, the reason I bought that was so that I could trace it out, put it onto a piece of thin sheet metal, or I guess paper would be more practical, but me being me, and cut it out so that I have a template to make spare parts for myself in the future.
But that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but I'm only going to do that if I find that it's effective. If it does the job, you get my point.
Yeah.
But that could be something to look into. Now, I'm talking from an Australian perspective here, right, where certain things are not allowed here, and that applies to many countries like your own, Canada, like Sweden, I presume as well, many other European countries, where you don't have what's the word for it? Access to certain items. But a slingshot could somewhat serve that purpose, at least for small game.
I was on the stream last night, and about 12 hours ago. Well, not 12 hours ago, but about 20 hours ago. And it was talking about hunting without your pew-pews, right? Alternative means and stuff. I I was pulling back on my slingshot, and I actually ripped the band on it. And I'm like, now I gotta. I have like an exercise band that I can put onto it, right? And I still have to finish it off. But I was like, I get this band for like $1, right? And I could probably have like replacement bands for the slingshot 3 times over, right? Providing I don't break the pocket, right? And anything else on it, I'm like, well, that's good. So I was just thinking about that because it reminded me of that now. Because I still have to do it. It's sitting beside me too. So, and getting some of these replacement things maybe while it's still easy right now, right? Because later on in the future it might be more expensive. If you can set the funds out for it right now to get replacement things, right? Or replacement parts or stuff like that, right? Well, you guys are both quiet. I know you guys just type, but still.
Well, I write down a tip from Donna. So it's about a guy on YouTube who do natural gardening. Charles Dowding YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the gardening channels and stuff like that. Supporting some of them.
I'm gonna check that dude's channel out.
I've seen what they can do, right? And so, I mean, like, I've seen people that can grow stuff here in Canada, in the U.S., in Australia, and in Europe. I'm like, if they can do it, I can do it. Hopefully, right? My growing season's not that long here, but maybe I can get some ideas and try it out for myself. Maybe shorten the supply chain a little, as you say. I mean, I got some seeds going. I got some seeds drying and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll go in the springtime. The tomato video I put out. Well, I got the seeds from them. I made sure I grabbed them. Hopefully propagate them next year, right?
Yeah.
Instead of having 1 or 2 plants, maybe next year I can have 4 or 5, right? Because I was always thinking, I'm like, well, if I can have more plants, that means I can offer more to other people, get more seeds, and hopefully increase that so it's like thriving to something that's sustainable in the long term.
Yeah.
Not necessarily to save money, but to like,
Can I jump
have
in?
all the yeah.
Sorry.
I was just going to say
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Ladies first. Go on.
No. I was just going to say just so it's more sustainable in the long run, right? Because I'm just looking at it in the future, right? And it's like I'm not just looking at the rest of this year, but or next year, but maybe the rest of the decade, right? Now, a little bit looking towards that long term thing of it, right? Not just the short term, right? Not just the 3 days, the 72 hours, but longer term, right? The 6 months, the year, the 2 years, the 3 years, the 4, 5, 10, right? Now. Because right now, where we're at right now, I mean, like, I don't think we're going to get at this for a little bit. It's going to be a couple of years still, at best, right?
Okay.
At best.
Anyways. Can I jump in now?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
That is literally what Harvey and I were what Harvey mentioned as to what's going on in Australia right now with segregation. And I keep stressing the fact that it's going to be practiced and tenfold the evil that we've seen in Australia all over the world, in particular the Western nations. And to back that statement, there's a small country which I'm very familiar with, which my wife is more familiar with because she's from there originally, in Europe, a former Eastern Bloc country, which is now a member state of the European Union, not Schengen, but a member state. But it's their president over there said that nobody needs to get the big V or whatever, blah blah. We've got enough, blah 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 blah. Yet here they are today, literally them and their neighbouring states or republics, literally putting in passport criteria for getting off the aeroplane if you enter the country. You cannot enter the country without that, which means the next step is implementation of using that same document, whatever that may be, whether it be a hard copy or a digital, soft copy, for enforcing the segregation that we've seen in Australia. You're going to see it, and that's one perfect example where it's already happening. Okay, so it's already happening in member states of the European Union, which means I've heard Americans say very often, and when I say Americans, I refer to the US citizens, but it does automatically imply Canadians as well.
Well, I know you're implying in terms of the whole continent.
Yes, correct.
The whole continent, right? Mexico,
yes, correct. Correct.
All of North America.
But I've heard it from US citizens mostly, where they either say, they often say, if it's happened in Europe, it's going to happen in the USA. Jump the middleman. Don't wait for it to happen in Europe, even though it has already started happening in some European states, countries / republics, states, whatever the hell the terms they refer to themselves as. Everybody's different. But look at it, cut out the middleman and say, oh, shoot. It's happening in Australia. We've seen it now start to happen in the EU. So get ready for it. Don't wait for it to happen in the EU to start saying, it's going to happen in the States next or in Canada next. It's going to happen.
Well, try to be proactive, right? And not reactive later, right? More forethought and less hindsight. Not just for this, for example, but for other things too, right? Get ahead of the curve, as they say, right? If we're all expecting these prices to increase, maybe try to get some stuff while it's still relatively cheaper now, easy now, right? You see that sale or whatever, maybe capitalize on it, right?
Oh, Harvey, can you please shoot me a link to that? I haven't read that news. So the Fed government is meeting now. He's meeting on that. Huh. Bastards. Excuse the French. Mofos. There we go. That's a good word.
And Jack, coming back to what you were saying about segregation and stuff like that, the division thing is just one of those things, right? It's just dividing people, right? Whatever it is, right? For or against, right? For or against something, right? It's the division that's not good. Because what happens when people get divided, right? What happens when people get divided? People argue about it, right?
Segregation has never ended well. It's ended every time it's ending bloodshed and tears.
Yep. Right, because
every time.
Because if you're not for it, you're against it. If you're not against it, you're for it, right?
Silence is compliance. That's the scary part. Oh, that's Austria. Oh, I thought you meant Wait, why did I read Australia? Austrian government. Oh man, obviously a third coffee must be drank before the mind kicks in. Sorry about that, Harvey. I thought you were Australia. I'm like, mofos.
Hey, Jack, I think you need another cup. I think you might need
Austria, yes. I have read that about Austria, correct. Man.
He needs another
cup. Not my fault that Austria has a similar name to our country. Come on. Oh, I can pick on Austrians because family line comes from Germany and nowadays Austria, right? And I can say that all those Austrians, they're just Southern Germans. But when you say that like that, it's offensive. But yeah, I'm like, duh, you're the same bloody family. You just, split up between geographical regions because of whatever reasons, because of the monarchies back in the day, etc., etc. And the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church had a lot to do with it. Politics, obviously, back in the day. That is back in the day, back many, many moons ago. So I love picking on people from Austria when it comes to that. It's like, what do you mean Austria? Isn't that just like Southern Bavaria or something like that? Just a different region? Different, It's like, doop. And then they say, well, how can you say that? Because my family's from that part of the world originally. Part of my family. Like, I can say that.
Apparently, Harvey's passing you coffee. Too bad. Harvey, virtual coffee is caffeine free.
Free, yeah. It doesn't do the job.
Yeah, it's caffeine free. Don't do squat.
And
gesture.
Yes, and Harvey, we have preps of coffee for 7 years. So, freeze-dried coffee, instant coffee, whatever you want to call it.
And by by this time next year, he'll double that to 14.
We're not using them. We're just that's stashed away. That's definitely definitely.
That's aside from what you usually use.
Correct. Shadow's in awe because he's in shock because he's talking to a morning Jack, not to a evening Jack here. He's experiencing the other spectrum of the human being that shows up in his live show.
He's speechless.
Guys, I want to show you something. I want to show you guys something that come up on my Facebook feed. That is pretty interesting. If I can find... there we go. Let's see. Share. This. Untamed backpack bed. Swag. Backpack plus tent plus mattress plus sun shelter. There are two, obviously.
That's cool.
Obviously, two versions of it. It costs $625, yes, and 480 for the other one.
Well, that's more than the pressure canner.
And the interesting thing is it says free standard shipping across Australia.
Yay! So if somebody wants to spend $600, that's Australian dollars. Okay, so yeah, Australian dollars down at the moment, has been for a few years now. So yeah, that equates to about $600 is roughly 1 divided by 1.3, so $400 US. Somebody wants to buy one of those, just give me a holler. I'll see what I can do. Not a problem.
Yeah, and the other one here is 4 season swag, and the other one is 3 seasons.
Is there a temperature rating for that?
On the heat, I'm pretty sure it's good. On the cold, I don't know.
But I thought it was a pretty cool item, actually.
But still $600.
Yeah, because you
for one person.
Something on something and under something.
Yeah, but for one person. I mean, I understand if you're a lone wolf, but for me, like a family man like me, heck no.
Well, another thing to consider is the weight and how compact it is too, right? Am I going to be able to fit that into the backpack? Or is it going to be on strapped to the outside?
I guess I'm old school, mate. Just give me a hoochie and that's it. A tarp. I guess, yeah, tarp, military tarp. Yeah, just give me one of those. I'm set. As a lone wolf, I'd be set. But I can't put my kids under one of those. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Well, yeah, right. This is not. I mean, like, if you were to buy like a family Ford, that'd be like 2.5
Oh, I guess.
grand, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, let's put it this way. If push came to shove, I would. But right now, as far as I'm concerned, and again, with my background, we call it a hoochie. I can't. Tarp. That to me is good enough. Does the job. I'm not talking about one of those fancy tarps, hoochies, which with a little like mini. It's like a mini tent. Nah. I'm talking about just plain old hoochie. Plain old tarp.
I just need a tarpaulin.
Yeah.
They have also a fire retardant sleeping bag in Australia.
Ooh, that's good. That's excellent. How much are they?
Fire retardant, chemically safe, mild.
Shoot the link over. I'll put in my favorites right away. Or favorites, whatever it's called.
Yeah, you could just put it on the side chat for us.
Yeah, I'll save it in my.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure everyone else would like to
bookmarks.
see it too. Take a look for themselves. And besides, for anyone catching this on the replay, probably wants to know.
Mate, I'm telling you, in Australia, as far as camping goods go, there are some great Australian manufacturers of all sorts of things, camping orientated to camping related. Just they're Australian. They're literally made in Australia and for the Australian markets. Yeah, so for any hotter temperature areas, i.e., Florida or Texas, those goods would be much appreciated there.
One is asking, is it made out of wool? I would assume so, or something similar, if it's fire retardant. Because I know 100% wool is naturally fire retardant.
There is the link. I can put that link in the private chat as well.
Well, it won't matter because you have it in there.
Well, I put it in private chat as well, just in case.
So I'm going to go take a look. And that's interesting.
Season 4. Let's see, who are they? Where are they? Australia, Brizzy. Okay, they're from Brisbane. Oh, it's probably a company working under that, or trading under that name, because usually in Australian, one thing to look out for are websites. If it's from Australia, if it's a .com.au website, so then you know that it's a registered company in Australia, a legitimate. It's 100% guaranteed to be a registered company in Australia, which falls under Australian law when it comes to commerce. Simply because they can't get the .com.au without it. You have to be a registered company. With a .com address like this one, I'm not saying this is dodgy, don't get me wrong, but it needs to be looked into. And again, that's just being overly precautious. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's taking everything with a grain of salt, right? You're not sure.
It says free shipping to Australia wide. So
yeah.
Well,
I see that.
It says that, but let's order one and see. It's like, how much was it? Did you have to pay shipping? No? Okay. No, we don't.
Let's have a look what Google says for their address. Let's see what their place of business looks like on Google Maps. Let's have a look. The joys of Google Maps.
No, I have never heard about season 4 before, so. And I thought that could be a good idea to share with you guys.
Okay, it's a retail outlet. Their address of business is a retail. I'm looking at it on Google Maps right now, Street View. It's just a retail store. So they're resellers, or maybe it's just the actual retail. Yeah, it could be. Or if they're the manufacturers, then this is where they sell from. And again, watch out. A lot of Australian products, just like US products and many other, are made elsewhere. They're not made in Australia. They're made
Well,
to
yeah,
Australian
they-
standards. Yeah, just
They're
they
worldwide,
outsource. Exactly, they outsource to China.
Well, it's like a franchise or something like that. It's just like something like, as common as like Coke or Pepsi, right? It's worldwide.
Okay, Season 4 is the first to release fire retardant sleeping bags in Australia. Let's just presume they're not telling a fib there. Okay, military grade quality is for everyone, quotation marks. So that's what they're flogging themselves as, a company that produces military grade products, which is a good thing, obviously. And again, when you see these dollar figures, remember, if you want to convert to US dollars, just use a rough figure of dividing by 1.3. That's just a rough figure.
Yeah, it'll work for now.
Correct. A few years back, it cost more, and the Australian dollar was above, well, a few years back, going back a few years now, but Australian dollar at one stage was way above the US dollar. It just depended on, just the way things were at one time. But now it's the opposite way again. So, interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for that, Shadow. I will look through this site, definitely.
And I was thinking about you, Jack, because it.
Oh, it's one of our SAS blokes. Okay. This is it's a former Aussie SAS guy, and you know what? If it's one of these blokes from the SAS, you can trust that that's the real deal. Then,
Yeah.
Maybe I'm jumping the gun on that one, but yeah, these guys. I mean, Aussie. How can I put this? We're known to be a little nuts when it comes to that line of work, but our SAS are above and beyond nuts. They get the job done. So if he's in charge of it, I'll be willing to have his back on the quality and the reliability of everything that he puts forwards.
That it's worth the price point.
Yes, that's what I'm. Now that I've got that piece of information, yes.
Yes, because sometimes some things are not worth their price point for what you're getting.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay, here's something. You can go to. Well, where is it? Let me just do this. Make life easier for all of us. Check out this on their site. That could be worth downloading. Although now I'm not sure if this bloke is the owner of it, or if he's just the guy that's showing how good it is. But again, if an Aussie SAS bloke stands behind it as far as the quality goes, I will take his word for it. Put it that way.
Yeah.
I can sleep firmly at night knowing that one of our guys is from the SAS is covering my back, definitely. And I will download this regardless. Oh, look, no viruses attached. Yay, excellent. Yeah, I really appreciate that. This is looking better as I go through it. It's looking better and better.
Yeah, I thought you would be interested in this website, so that's why I shared it.
Well, if anybody out there, Citizen Guardian, he's in a very similar situation as far as terrain and climate goes. Maybe he may want to get something out from here. If you're on the CG, just give me a holler, man. Give me a shout out on DM, whatever, on Discord, and if you do want some of this stuff, just let's see what we can organize. Let's see what it would cost.
I think he's still working in the back listening.
Yeah.
As far as I know, I didn't see him say anything about going.
If you do decide to get something from there, let's see what we can do from here. If it can be done, save you a few bucks. Maybe it's possible.
10% is still 10%.
Correct. 10% in my pocket is in my pocket, not in someone else's pockets. That's the way I look at it when I say saving. I had a teenage kid yesterday. Well, teenage kid is close to 18. Say to me, "Oh, why do you turn the bloody thing off? Or why do you leave your TV and this and that all in standby mode?" I said, "Because we calculate on a yearly basis that it saves us anywhere between $400 and $500 if we do it on a, like when you take the microwave, the kid, this, that, everything that's in standby mode sucks juice."
Well, yeah, that's called phantom power.
Correct.
It draws phantom power, right? Because
correct.
It's gonna
and he was like, "But it's only
that's why you can turn
$100."
it. Well, then you start paying for it, right?
Well, exactly. But he's like, "Oh, that's only 100, 200, 300, 400, whatever." He's like, only. And I'm
Only, well,
multiply it by 20, 30 items.
You know what I say to him? If $100 or 200, I'd be like, yeah, in 2 years you could buy your new PlayStation, new Xbox then. With that money then.
Exactly.
Right,
but
like that, right? Then it'll be like, oh, yeah.
I did try that, right? I did try that.
Like,
and then,
yeah.
Yeah, but my wife popped in and she gave an example which cost us literally thousands of euros back in the day, where one of our clothes dryer, right? It was working, quotation marks. Everything was fine. No, it didn't. But our electricity bill was going through the roof, and we're like, something's wrong, and we couldn't find it. It took us almost until she got fed up, and she said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn everything off, unplug everything, and spend a couple of weeks just plugging item by item and measuring the amount of turns," because it was an old meter. It wasn't a digital one. Measuring the amount of turns per whatever, 10, 20, 30 minutes, whatever she was doing. And it ended up being the clothes dryer, and the issue was in the electronics. Luckily, it didn't burn down or blow up the house, just to exaggerate. But the thing was, it was sucking juice like it was working the whole time, 24/7.
Oh, wow. I could just imagine it. And that's a dryer, too, so it's spinning, the heat.
Yep.
Wow.
And I don't know how, why, don't ask me about the details. It was cheaper to buy a new one than to fix the old one, put it that way, because it was the digital electronics crap that was in there. It wasn't it wasn't the old-fashioned one where you just click. Nah. It's one of those that you have to buy.
It doesn't have the manual knobs and stuff like that.
Exactly. It's not
an LCD display and stuff.
It's not one that I can take apart.
Efficiency mode.
I'm not an engineer. I'm not an electrical engineer or anything like that, right? I'm not a techie.
Yeah.
So it's not something that I can take apart and fix, put it that way.
Yeah. It's one of those things too, right? I just kind of still I still have this rule of thumb: the 3 minutes, even 5 minutes, right? If I'm not in the room for that amount of time, I'll just turn off the lights, right?
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Definitely.
I mean, because it's like people don't understand that until you got to start paying for that power, right?
Correct.
Right, or you got to monitor it, right? Like if you go running solar or whatever, some sort of system like that, right? Well, you're gonna monitor that, right? So you can't just have, oh, hey, I'm leaving the room for 10 minutes. I'm just gonna keep the lights on the whole time.
Yeah, it adds up. It does add up. Like I said, we calculated without that. Yeah, but without that experience with that bloody dryer, we not taking that into account. But that's one good reason to do that as well, because it would have been easier to spot if we had. You see what I'm saying? Because we know what days the dryer is being used and so on, being the winter months over there. And we would have spotted it a lot earlier. It saved a lot of money. But let's not take that extreme example into case. Let's just take the between $100 and $500 saving per year on average for a family of 5 or 6. Right, in our case it was 6, but so family of 3, 4, 5, 6, anywhere between $100 and $500. That's a good enough reason to do it. Just if you look at it from the money aspect. And it also helps to get into a situation where, like, if you're going to be on solar power, like what we plan on doing, because I've already got 90% of the solar, everything needed to get the home set up on to be independent of no grid, off grid totally. To make sure that the batteries have a longer, that they're not being drained bit by bit constantly, or something that's not being utilized.
It's
use the batteries for what's
increase
needed.
the lifespan. Increase the lifespan.
Exactly, and utilize the stored energy in a way that's necessary and not become.
This is absolutely necessary, right?
Yeah.
Instead of, hey, let's just power this room for like 10 minutes every day for no reason, and no one's in the room, and nothing's going on in there, and I'm not even in the room. Yeah.
Exactly.
It never made sense to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But again, like I said,
unfortunately, some people don't understand that, though.
The mentality of this young lad, he's a bright young lad, though. He's a very bright young lad, and he's got ADHD or whatever it's called. I forget now. Where he's, in my mind, I just say he's hyperactive. But he's really bright, and he's one of those kids that, like many with what's it called, ADHD, whatever, that thing where they are high speed, but their concentration level is really bad, but they really pick up on, they're really high speed. He's gone into the techie side of things, and he knows it all. I've met so many techies who have that that syndrome or sickness, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it's called. Like I said, where they're non-stop 100 miles per hour, and it's not it's hyperactivity times a billion, put it that way.
Well, what I was going to say was, some people don't understand that, especially if you're like, it's all inclusive, you live in an apartment, stuff like that. Once you start living on your own, a house, for example, or like, for example, you running off solar power with batteries, right? It becomes more apparent, something you need to be concerned and be aware of, right? Because you're paying for it, right? Either through the batteries or through cash, right? You have to spend for it every month, every year, right?
Correct.
Especially with, and coming back circle, again to what we were talking about earlier about things increasing in price, right? If power is going up, fuel is going up, right? That $100 could be $125 by the end of next year, right? For example. Where maybe I should turn off the lights when I'm not in the room for the next 10 minutes. Something like that. Yeah. What's your input on that, ShadowScoutSwede?
Say it again.
I said, what's your input on that? Generally, in speaking, right? I mean, like, I don't know how it is over in Sweden in terms of for power for people in apartments, because I know here in Canada it's inclusive in, right? So it's like a set price, right? That's the problem. Some people don't understand that until they start having to pay for it separately. Where it's like water bill, electric bill, right?
We pay our electrical bill separately, so.
Yeah, so for you would not be a big deal, right? You'd be like, okay, let's not have the lights on. I'm not in the room. No one's in the room for the next 10 minutes. Stuff like that. It's one thing if you're running the stuff and using it, right? Yeah. But you're not in there using it at all. That's like running a heater. Even a heater, I kind of think about it like conserving battery on your smartphone or conserving gas in your gas tank if you're stranded, for example, right? You want to maximize it as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
So it goes longer. If that makes any sense, you know. I think this is why on your smartphone, some people will turn down their display, right? Stuff like that. Especially important if you don't have way to recharge it, right? And stuff like that.
Just on that note, Harvey, I'm about to go make my third coffee. We should kick in the brain 100%.
I thought it was
Be right back. Be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
See, second starts back.
Hey, second.
And something thinks it's true story.
That's okay, buddy.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well,
We appreciate your support. We appreciate Second Star support. Yeah.
He's a great guy. So
yeah, you're human, right? So things happen. You fall asleep, right? Sometimes I'm just so tired. Or I got prior commitments to do. So it happens, right?
Yeah.
We can't always be energetic online. Always there. Be there as much as you can. Right. It's just like the preparedness, right? Or prepping in general, right? Do what you can. Do what you can with what you have, right?
Yeah.
Because it's better than doing nothing at all, I think, right?
It is better to have something than nothing. So
yeah, right. Maybe it's not that 1 year supply of food. Maybe it's only like 72 hours. Well, that's a start. Try to increase that time.
Yeah.
To the rest of the week, the rest of the month, 3 months, 6 months, then right? They progress. Yeah. Right?
Yeah,
I know there's a lot more preparedness channels out there. I've noticed, so I've seen, and then some of them are beyond just the survival part of it, right?
Yeah,
you can actually tell, right? So I mean, some of them they've been doing it for a while. They just started the channel, but some of them are starting the channel and they're new too, right? I mean, early on, I've 100 pounds of rice or 100 kilograms of rice doesn't go that far.
Yeah.
But it's a good start, right? Better than having no rice at all, right? Because it's much harder to do something from scratch, all the way from scratch, with nothing.
Yeah, it is.
It really is, right? I mean, if you think about it, if we had to rebuild from scratch, it's much, much harder than you think, right?
Yeah.
If we got to rebuild transformers and stuff like that, that takes time.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of time.
That takes time.
Oh yes, that takes a lot of time, Ray. Because if you think about it, something like that, the infrastructure is probably not even there, right? So they got to build the infrastructure, then you can start building.
Yeah.
Right. So. That's why I'm always a big proponent of trying to learn some skills whenever you can. Whatever it is, right? It may seem insignificant or, it's not that important. Well, it all adds up, right? I mean, it's from learning how to cook, sew, fabricate stuff in terms of metals and stuff like that, it all adds up, right? It's all skills that you can add to the bank. So
yeah. And gardening is a skill as well, so.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean,
and learn to make your own clothes and things like that.
Well, because I say that is because depending on the situation and stuff like that, if it's an extended amount of time, or let's say the storm runs through your area, whatever, right? Things are a disaster everywhere, right? Well, you might have to work with what you got, right? And you might have less gear per se or
Yeah.
supplies, but the knowledge and skills is still with you, right?
Yeah.
And you have to improvise or wing it a little bit more. But because you have the skills and knowledge, you can do it. You know that you can do something, right? Versus, and coming back to this Texas freeze stuff, right? The freeze that happened early on in Europe and stuff like that. You know, I'm just, and I've mentioned this. It's just like people that knew how to sew or whatever, they could actually put something together, right? Hey, maybe I don't have this winter jacket like the guys in Canada do, but hey, wait, I know how to sew. I got a bunch of extra clothes, right? Maybe I'll
Yeah.
just sew something together in the meantime, right?
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's not as good, but it'll give you something more to work with, right? Like I said, better to have something more to work with than nothing at all.
Uh, when it comes to skills, first of all, I'm a lousy. I'm basically stuck on sewing and things like that. Um, I had
Well, do
problems
it.
to learn that
Just
for
do
some
it. Just
reason.
do it. Just do it. Is it a hand-eye coordination or what? You said something right.
Well, I tried to sew things, but I never, I never uh, had the interest, and when I was a kid, because when in school we had to learn sew and things like that. But the problem was I never got that help I really needed.
Okay, because when I was
So
in school, I it was one of the classes I had to take that in cooking, right? You know, and stuff like that. I wish I knew a lot more at that time and retained some of that knowledge and stuff like that. But I've gotten back into doing it more now, and some things I've learned now that I wish I knew back then too, right?
yeah,
You know, now I'm starting to sew stuff that I'm like, wow, I didn't think I would sew that ever. You know, for
uh,
example, I'm making a pouch from scratch, right? Well,
yeah,
not totally from scratch, but like reclaim materials and stuff like that. In the meantime, right? You know, and then it comes back to using the resources that you do have and stuff like that. You know, I'm back stitching it and stuff like that, all the
yeah,
way around, triple back stitching it together and stuff like that. This pouch and stuff like that. Belt loops, loopholes, and stuff like that. It's just like, wow, I'm learning by doing, right? So now that skill becomes experience, and now I gain some knowledge because I'm doing it, and stuff like that.
yeah,
Oh,
So as long as I have thread and needle, I can do something. Well, actually, as long as I have the sewing needle, it's the sewing needle that's probably the hardest thing to recreate.
yeah. It is.
It totally is. I mean, like to do that without a sewing needle would be much more difficult. The thread, I can improvise that. Right, I've shown ways you can pull
Well,
thread
you can make
perfect,
sewing needles from bones if you want to, but
but
it's a
it's
tricky
not.
process.
Well, it's not only that you're not gonna get the fine, thin sewing needle from a metal one, right?
Right.
If that makes any sense. I mean, like I'm gonna learn how to make a sewing needle from scratch, but that's one of those things. It's like it's gonna be much harder than it looks, probably. And not just, I mean, it's one thing to sew for canvas or something like that. But if I'm actually trying to sew like a pouch, mm, like a wooden or a bone sewing needle isn't. I'm not. It's gonna be one of those tricky things, right?
Yeah,
I
it
can
is.
see it. I can see it being possible, but it's gonna be one of those tricky things. It's just like I gotta get it just right. It's gotta be smooth so it doesn't tear from the material and stuff like that. So It's just at the moment it's just easier just to get a sewing needle from the store. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I got supply. I got enough of it, or stuff like that. And I've learned so much from it already. And something has actually increased what I've known my, I wouldn't say skill level, but my knowledge of it in general. Because I'm not only knowing how to sew, backstitch, ladder stitch, running stitch, and all this stuff, but like how to organize those supplies themselves, right? The kits themselves of it. Because I've learned quite a bit on my, where I'm just like applying it to other things I'm just like and stuff like that. So that's one thing I've noticed where as you learn more, it becomes easier to apply it to other things. Like the organization or something like that, or how to store it and stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, this can work for our stuff too. You know, you just didn't realize it because you never connected it together. You never found the connection until now.
Harvey, he planned on investing $2,000 into mason jars, vacuum pump, accessories, and vacuum seal oatmeal, flour, rice, beans, etc. that are okay to do this way. 30-year shelf life in cool, dark storage. Yeah,
And I got some feedback on in reference to mason jar lids that come from China.
yeah,
That the average, this was from a lady. I right this very second, I can't remember her username, but
yeah,
it was in Ghost Preppers live stream where I popped
yeah,
a question on the side if anybody had used those, and one of the ladies stated that she had purchased some via Amazon, and she openly stated 50-50. 50% good, 50%. She recommends them 50-50, meaning yes, they're worth the money, but for us to realize that whatever we're paying double the price because some of them are dodgy, some and so on and so on. They're a lot thinner and the quality,
consistency of it.
But again, she did state, she made it very clear that there is a 50%, as per her opinion, based on her experience with them, a 50% good aspect to it as well. And considering
yeah,
that the US made lids are not available as what they used to be, and a lot of these US suppliers are now outsourcing the manufacturing of them as well, or relying upon subcontractors, that it could be worth looking in. It could be something that you want to look into, maybe not as a primary resource to have on supply in your preps, but as a backup in case you do need them or to use them for the jams and or whatever products which are going to be consumed a lot quicker than the ones like meats and fish and so on, or the long-term prep, should I say? You know what I'm saying? Just to utilize them in accordance with their quality of 50.
Yeah, I understand. You use them for water baking.
I just wanted to relay that information to Harvey and to everyone, seeing as Harvey mentioned the mason jars and that with the lids specifically just popped into mind straight away.
yeah. Donna, I know Tessie had no luck with them.
Yeah.
I need to drop by for Tessie. It's been a while.
So always got to be careful with stuff from China.
What's just thinking in terms of like a skill or knowledge. Maybe we need to go glass blow some mason jars. Do that. Well, I'm just saying, if you could actually recreate that, well, right?
No thanks.
But you know what I mean, right? I mean, like if you can, it's like I said, right? It's like if you can recreate some of this stuff your own, right? Just as high of a quality, yeah, you're way ahead of everyone else, right? Because
second starts well, either has a weak bladder or he's being interrupted by people around him.
Well,
I take the latter and the former.
Yeah.
I think it's his connection.
Yeah, it could be that too.
Wi-Fi connection or something.
Probably, yeah. That's that's one of the reasons why I earlier in the show mentioned the topic of the radio transmitter or FM with the antenna that I now have with a 50-click radius.
Yeah.
Again, depending on the position of the antenna and so on. Alternative comms. Alternative comms. I cannot. Maybe I'm just being picky about it. Maybe because of the fact that I did a signalman's course in my younger days, and I know the importance of communications out there and having option A, B, and C out there, regardless.
All the way to Z.
Well,
or Z, depending how.
Let's just put it this way: you can use the radio as much as you want, but the hard line that's being dragged out, it has its purpose.
Yeah.
The old ball buzzer, the zzz, spin telephone. That thing has its purpose. Might be old-fashioned, might look like something from a World War II movie, but guess what? It's reliable. Physical hardline in that scenario, but I'm putting that example out there to show that no matter how the technology may be not as user-friendly as a mobile phone, but if it does the job, especially in a homestead, if you have a bug-out location or a safe house or whatever you have in your homestead or where you are, hardline is the way to go as far as some things go. Depending.
Well,
again,
I mean, that's like saying like something like internet access, right? It's just like Wi-Fi or having a hardline connection, right? Well, a hardline connection is always going to be faster than Wi-Fi, for example.
Yeah. Again,
but you have the convenience of Wi-Fi being more mobile, right? Because
yeah. But again, don't look. We can't rely on when we say off grid. We say off grid, but we so often don't think about the comms. Because look at us now. We're talking here internationally, casually, and yet back in somewhere in our mind it says, "Oh, off grid, off grid, off grid." But what happens if, for whatever reason, you can't pay the carrier bill? For whatever reason, because you might not have access to debit cards and bank accounts, because you might be one of those people. Again, that could be one reason, for example.
Or the grid is down.
Or everything is down. But let's say everything going down, it's a possibility. But based on current affairs here in Australia and elsewhere, obviously, based on the information from Austria, south of Germany, not Australia, there could be situations where people are not able to have access to internet communications, but they still need comms. So, it's very important to put that,
CB and all those other stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm not as technical on that, but I do know of it.
We often talk about prepping the zombie doomsday type of thing, and we joke about it, but maybe there's a zombie doomsday thing just around the corner that has nothing to do with any of those Hollywood style things, quotation marks with a joke there, right? Quotation marks. I'm not saying that seriously. I'm not a tinfoil hatter, but in the fact that we as individuals or as family units may not have access to those services at all. And dots. You get my point? So, and that's reality. That's the reality we are facing today. Oh, hang on.
Well, why don't you deal with that? Yeah, Harvey. Yeah. See, I think this is why I'm preferring glass again. I mean, glass is not an all-be-all solution, I guess, right? Because it obviously breaks. It's fragile, but it does go for a while. And like I said earlier, if you could recreate that, if you knew how to make glass containers, like uniform shape, consistency over time after time, that would be one hell of a skill right there to do. I'd say.
Yeah.
It's like fabrication. Yeah, it's like fabrication with like metals, right? Because you can do stuff then, right? You can do stuff. You can reproduce it, right? You know, maybe the machinery or what you use is different, but you know the knowledge and have the skill of it. You know, like just imagine if you knew two people, one knows how to work with metal, one knows how to work with glass. You'd be making your own mason jars. Someone to make the lids and the rings, and someone to make the glass part, right? But unfortunately, I don't know both. So. Harvey,
Sorry about that, guys.
welcome back.
No, that's okay.
What did I miss? Why? Okay, what was the joke about Australia? Let's head
It's
to
what
Australia.
you said. It's what you said earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, go to Australia, mate. Let's make ourselves a little, declare ourselves an independent country by international law, with human rights ensured for one and all. There's enough land here that's uninhabited. You know, they can be inhabited very easily.
That's why it's called the Outback.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that harsh terrain. Right? I'm talking about
okay,
subtropical, tropical terrain. I would not want to live in the
I
Outback.
guess that's on the southwest, southeast side of the country, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, because it's more. Because most of the people are down on the southern part of the country.
Yeah, on the East Coast. Everybody's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Well, not everybody.
It's just like the majority of the population.
And well, the 50% over 50% of the nation lives in metropolises, in the cities. And
Well, I guess, like for example, Sydney, I guess, right?
yeah, well, I think Sydney's now, I'm just guesstimating, 6 million. Melbourne's 5 million. I'm not sure how much Brisbane is. Whatever. So just on the East Coast, in the bigger cities, you've got 50% of the nation there. End of story. Simple as that. Which leaves a hell of a lot of territory out there, which can be comfortably lived on in a homesteading type of way.
But it'll take some work. It'll take some work to bring it back and bring it to somewhere where you can actually sustain that.
You'd be surprised.
Well,
You'd be surprised. It's just, the city living is what's happening. It's a phenomenon all over the world. It's not like just in Australia.
Well,
I mean, look at New York. Look at New York, for example.
Yeah, urbanization.
How many? What is it? 50? What is New York? 50 million? 60 million? What is it?
I'm waiting for Harvey to just search for that for us.
Yeah.
I want Harvey to do some mod work for us.
Oh, mice and rats. Yeah, there's a mice plague happening in New South Wales. Well, on the East Coast.
Can mice and rats chew through glass?
No.
Oh,
No.
That as far as we know.
No. Definitely not.
I know houses with glass can break. I mean,
when I was just for your information, when I was building the chicken pens and that, using
Harvey
concrete.
searched for how many lives in New York City. Is it 50 or 60 million?
Yeah, tell us the population.
It's like double the population of Australia, mate. That's one city. So yeah, people are living in cities left, right, and centre. I mean, everybody that's in a city is 100% dependent on the government. But just for your information, one thing that I found, one little tactic that I used, 8.5 million. Okay, so 1/3 the population of Australia. Well, actually, 1/3 the population of Australia in one city in the US. Yuck.
Donna's on
I
the
thought it was
ball.
more.
Donna's on the ball. Donna's on the ball.
Okay. I thought it was a lot more than that. Oh, that's not bad. 8.5 million is not. That's a big city, but not as big as I thought it was. Amazing.
You know what I was thinking?
Glass. Hey, glass. As far as
Yeah.
rats, or mice, rats, glass, critters. When I was building the area for chickens, the pigs, and for storing, for drying corn, right? Corn cobs. Corn on the cob. I used, because I concreted the whole area out, right, and reinforced concrete, whatever. I literally broke, I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of bottles and jars of glass, which were old, useless, and crap. Even from, well, I even went to the rubbish tip to get it. What do you guys call them? The rubbish tip, where the garbage is pounded. Where the city or the towns, whatever, take their rubbish. Not the dump. Is it the dump? Yeah, whatever. Went there and collected old glass, smashed it up, right, and made a whole layer of glass, broken glass,
Made a hole
before then what I laid down the gravel on top of it, and then I put smashed glass on top of that as much as possible, without it being as in case some of the critters get through that first layer, and then I went ahead and did the concreting.
Okay.
I literally did not have a single case of any critter going through the homemade concrete, which in that part of Europe, it happened. You would be surprised. You would be surprised.
Sense, right?
Yeah, but you would be surprised. And I did that around, and then I oh bloody hell, hang on.
Because I was just thinking, ShadowScoutSwede and everyone else in the side chat, is about glass is like, it depends on the area too, right? If it's an earthquake-prone area, that might be kind of difficult, to say the least, right?
Yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, sorry, my wife interrupted. A typical wife. Always interrupting something so important. Anyway, enough about that.
Make sure she doesn't watch the stream. Make sure she doesn't watch the stream, or else you'll be.
Oh no, the women ain't. They're connected. She'll find out that I said that comment one way or the other. Doesn't matter when or where. Some woman will support another woman, and it will get back to her one way or the other. So I have no problem with saying. I heard what you said on that stream. Yeah. Oh no. She won't say that. She'll just say, "Yeah, we always interrupt, don't we?" And I'll be like, someone told you." But the broken glass, shoving it around under the fences, into the ground, making like a little wall of broken glass and stuff like that, and under the concrete, wherever you got animals and all that, works wonders. It is fantastic.
Because I guess there's no natural defense against that, right? I mean, like, there's one thing against, like, because that would work against pretty much anything, because there's nothing natural that can handle that, I guess, per se.
Well, critters, they don't like bleeding, just like we don't.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, yeah, because it's, well, that's like, I mean, like, if you wanted to go natural, really natural, obsidian, but I mean, like, glass is next best thing, right? We all don't live by a volcano, right? So glass is next best thing, Yeah.
Well, I'm saying is, right? I'm sure that, yep.
Wow.
Broken glass experience, Harvey, 100% proven to work against, well, in Europe it was more so rats, right? But here in Australia, I guess it'll be more so mice,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, definitely 100%. And even foxes. I had no problems with foxes entering my property as far as digging under the fence. Not once. Well, I had a hell of a lot of fencing.
Yeah, because as soon as they touch it, they start getting cut up. They're like, it's not worth it.
Yep.
Right.
It took a lot of work.
But it's worth it in the long term, right? Because
actually, because that was a lot of work. Correct.
That actually would last for a while, right? Because actually glass takes a long
forever. Forever. If it's in the ground, I mean, forever. For a lifetime. It's a lifetime.
Yeah, exactly, right. It'd be a long time down there.
Caffeinated tea. Just go make yourself a coffee, Shadow. Harvey's picking on you, mate. You're dozing off.
Well, I don't even think coffee would help, actually.
Ah, fair enough. Oh yeah, it's evening there. Actually, it's morning there now. No.
Well, it's 1:39 a.m.
Hey, welcome to Sunday. Welcome to my day.
Hey. Some of us are trying to catch up. Give us some time.
Well, we're ahead of you guys, not only in time zones, but in other things too now.
Well, I was thinking if we should wrap things up. I think I need to go to bed and get some sleep.
You reckon?
Well, Jack, if you want to keep talking with me, I'm game.
Well, what time is it in the US now?
It's evening time.
Okay. I got no problems. Just when my missus comes back, she has to go get a test done because she has to go to the doctor's in a few days. So she has to have a test. So she'll be back in probably an hour or so, maybe less, but probably an hour. Or maybe less, depending. Sunday. 7:40. Okay, 19. Okay.
Yeah.
20 to 8, as the Swedes would say here.
Mm-hmm.
Man, why can't everybody just say 1940?
I just say it's 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Okay, 19 minutes to the top of the hour. Right? That's how I usually say it, or it's quarter after, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something like that.
6:40 p.m. Okay. I love that PM. That's excellent.
No, right? So
16:40. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you suggest, Creative? How do we work this? You're going to set up a stream on your channel?
If CR do that, he has. I haven't seen he has set up any streams for a while now. So
tell me what to do. I'm easy. I'm all for it. And now CR goes AWOL.
yeah, probably. Bye, Donna. Thanks for stopping
take care,
by.
Donna.
Harvey says, "You going live, CR?"
No.
Nope.
No? Okay. Okie dokie. Well then, yeah. Thanks for hosting the.
Thanks for having us on again.
Yeah.
Me and Jack just talking and talking.
And thank you. Yeah, but thank you for that link to that Aussie company.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that.
Anytime, buddy.
Yep. And anybody out there in the US or in anywhere in this world, as far as mapping goes, flood mapping in this case, but if you'll just remember, you want to back your words and show them representatives / politicians in your municipality or your region, area, whatever, how it can be done. Shoot them that link from the state of Queensland in Australia and shut their mouths as far as them saying, "Oh, it can't be done, this and that." Yes, it can. Here's an example. Yeah. So shove it in their faces. Get them to make something useful for people like us out there who are looking to live outside of the huge concentration camps called cities.
So I guess we should let him say his standard outro. Let him have the final words there, like usual.
Cool.
Well,
that too, Harvey. That too. And to put a CR word in there for you.
Get cracking on prepping. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Harvey.
That cracks me up.
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
Well,
no problem.
guys, you're very welcome, Harvey. Take care. Stay safe. Be prepared. And keep prepping. Well, long live the king, queen. And we are all out. And God bless.